Chapter 1769. Mount Wudong was flourishing. Many pilgrims spared no effort and traveled thousands of li to Mount Wudong to burn incense. Pilgrims from other places were especially numerous in the capital and Jing'an Road. Many of Mount Wudong's Taoist temples, big and small, provided lodging. Even Shaozhou Peak, which had just been opened not too long ago, had an endless stream of pilgrims. Wudong's main peak, Zishu Temple, and Elephant Cleansing Pond, Little Lotus Peak's Persimmon Forest and Tortoise Carrying Tablet, and Yuzhu Peak's huge auspicious murals. These scenic spots were undoubtedly fascinating and unique. However, the Wudong Taoist priest's amiability made the pilgrims feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Even those with high seniority like Chan Zhao and Yu Xingrui, as well as the honorable chief Li Yufu, would always follow the rules set by Ancestor Lu, my mountain Taoist priest, every 10 years, and explain the signs to the pilgrims free of charge. However, the prosperity of Mount Wudong's incense could only be attributed to one person, Su Fengnian, who had once cultivated on the mountain. The Elephant Cleansing Pond, which was not far from his cottage, had now become a place of pilgrimage for the people of Jianghu. It had also attracted countless female pilgrims to Mount Wudong because of its reputation. Burning incense was true, as was their admiration for the Northern Su. That young man was really too legendary. As a vassal with a different surname, he was an extremely high official, and in his hands he controlled Beiliang's 300,000-strong cavalry. As a martial artist, he was ranked among the 4 great grandmasters of Wushu. Moreover, it was said that he was handsome and handsome. Word of mouth spread that he was even known as a banished immortal. His style was not inferior to that of West Chu's Chao Chongqing. As a result, an extremely interesting scene appeared on Mount Wudong. Unlike other temples and Taoist temples, Mount Wudong had more and more female pilgrims, and most of them were young women who came with their companions. When Su Fengnian, Li Yufu, and Yu Fu parted ways in the twilight, the master and disciple continued to climb the mountain towards Mount Wudong, while Su Fengnian went to the thatched cottage. Unexpectedly, he was met with a closed door. Looking from a distance, there was clearly a faint light in the house, but when he approached, the light suddenly went out, and then he knocked on the door. Su Fengnian was somewhat baffled, and only thought that she was embarrassed and did not have the face to live in the same room with him. This made Su Fengnian laugh involuntarily. In fact, when she carried the books up the mountain, the two of them lived together, but it had nothing to do with sharing a bed. He slept on the small bed, and she could only pitifully sleep on the floor in the corner of the room. At that time, His Royal Highness did not have protective feelings for the fair sex, and the little clay figurine absolutely would not accept his kindness. If Su Fengnian really suggested that she sleep on the floor, she would not be able to sleep soundly, and would only think that His Royal Highness had bad intentions. From this, it could be seen that at that time, the little clay figurine of Mount Qingliang was really badly bullied by His Royal Highness. 2 thin wooden doors, just like that, blocked the young lord who had even forced his way into the imperial astronomer's house. Su Fengnian turned around and saw a small bamboo chair that she had probably forgotten to take back into the house. Su Fengnian sat on the chair he had woven himself when he was riding a bull, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he looked up at the bright starry sky. The night sky was as cold as water, but unfortunately, there was no Qing Luo to chase away the fireflies with her little fan. Su Fengnian sat alone for a while, but he was really bored, so under the starlight, he went to the vegetable garden adjacent to the hut. It was full of lush greenery that had been taken care of by the little mud men. Many wooden shelves had been set up, covered with vines of cucumbers and loofahs, and many small yellow flowers. Su Fengnian counted some green peppers, and there were even some round watermelons hidden in the greenery. Su Fengnian counted about 5 or 6 of them, all of different sizes. He didn't know if it was because he loved the house and its crow, but Su Fengnian always felt that they were very cute. He thought that when they grew up, he would pick them and ice them in the elephant washing pond. They would definitely be delicious, but perhaps he would be reluctant to eat them. Su Fengnian returned to the small bamboo chair and sat down. Closing his eyes, but not thinking about anything. With a creak, the hut's door gently opened, only opening a small gap. Jiang and I secretly looked at the back of that figure, feeling a little uneasy. Since she started climbing the mountain alone, she was used to sleeping on the floor. Later, she gathered her courage and spread the bamboo mat on the small bed. These days, she had a good sleep. Previously, when she heard Su Fingyan's familiar footsteps, the first thing she did was to jump off the bed barefooted, close the door, and throw the bamboo mat on the floor. She lay on the mat and pretended to sleep, covering her ears and pretending to be dead. This series of actions was done in one breath, very much like a master's style. After waiting for a long time, when he got up and left, she returned to sit down, and then there was nothing else. Instead, Jiang and I began to feel apprehensive, not because of her conscience, but because she was afraid that the person who liked to hold grudges the most would come to settle the score. She was in a dilemma for a long time before she gathered her courage and opened the door. In the end, she saw that person sitting quietly outside, without any intention to argue with her. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded, and Jiang and I was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She instantly flew into a rage, feeling distressed and resentful. Su Fingyan, you stole my things. Su Fingyan, who was chewing on a cucumber, turned his head with an expression that deserved a beating. What's yours is mine? What's yours is mine. How can you say that I stole your things? Jiang and I stretched out her hand with a straight face and resolutely said, Pay up. Su Fingyan seemed to have expected this. I don't have any money on me, so I'll owe you first. Tomorrow, I'll borrow some copper coins from Headmaster Li and the others. How many copper coins do you charge me for a cucumber? 1 copper coin or 2 copper coins? Jiang and I hesitated for a moment and confidently said, 2 copper coins. Su Fingyan smiled gently, biting on the cucumber, and vaguely said, You don't know how to bid 3 copper coins? Jiang and I was stunned at first, and then became angry out of humiliation. If you say 2 copper coins, then 2 copper coins. She quickly added, But it can't be the 2 copper coins of the eternal emblem Tongbao. It must be the 2 copper coins of the auspicious talisman Tongbao. Su Fingyan joked, Oh, you've collected Hongjia and the eternal emblem 16 big and small springs. Today, you're planning to collect the auspicious talisman money. Little mud man, your ambition isn't small, huh? Jiang and I angrily said, Why do you care? Su Fingyan turned his head and remained silent. Jiang and I came to his side and warned Su Fingyan as if guarding against a thief. The watermelon is still small. You can't steal it. Su Fingyan grunted. He didn't know why, but he thought of Wutongin on Mount Qingliang. The second classmates had cucumber, green ant, white wine, and so on. The first classmates had sweet potato and bluebird. Some are still there, and some are no longer there. Jiang and I went back to the house and moved a small chair to sit slightly away from him. She used the corner of her eyes to watch him slowly eat the cucumber, as if he was eating her copper coins. 2 copper coins. Chapter 1770. Su Fingyan stopped chewing. Holding the remaining half of the cucumber, he said softly, Xie Shibian and the others are doing well. You don't have to worry. The Song family has become the leader of the local officials of the new Guangling Dao. The emperor of the Zhao family has specially summoned Song Maolin to the capital to become a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. The former Guangling Dao administrator Wang Xiongui has been able to return to the capital. The new Guangling Dao administrator Wang Xiongui is one of the favorite students of the old Gangnam Du, Yu Jiankong. He is naturally close to the scholars of the Guangling Dao. Once he arrived at the Guangling Dao, he did not immediately go to the Yamen to take up a post. Instead, he held a large banquet and called for hundreds of famous scholars of Jiangnan to chat. Additionally, he invited more than 20 Jishang from the Shangyin Academy. It can be said to be a rare literary event. Song Li, one of the main generals of the Guangling Dao, immediately married a woman from a powerful family of the Guangling Dao. All these signs indicate that Taiyan City does not wish for the Guangling Dao to have any more waves. Jiang and I did not speak. Su Fingyan turned his head to look. Looking at that beautiful face, he said softly, In this world, There are some things where no one is indispensable. Your luck has always been good. You are also within this usually. Jiang and I said lightly, there is no need to comfort me. I have never felt that West Chu needs me that much. Su Fingyin smiled and said, I am relieved that you can think this way. Jiang and I suddenly asked, then what about Bailiang? Is it impossible without you? Su Fingyin met her gaze and said seriously, of course it is impossible without me. Jiang and I rolled our eyes. Su Fingyin smiled and started eating the cucumber again. If Su Xiao did not die, if my master Li Yishan was still alive, if Chun Jibao was willing to assist me in becoming the king of Beimang, if the court did not restrict the northwest border, if the Murong and Yelu families of Beimang had internal strife, if the Bailiang frontier army was not 300,000 but 500,000. It is a pity that there are not so many ifs in the world, so I appear very important. Jiang and I tilted her head. Are you complaining to me? Su Fingyin rolled his eyes at her. I'm not bitter. I'm clearly showing off to you. Do you still remember? Back then, when I told you that I was such a talented martial arts genius, I only needed 2 or 3 years of practice to become invincible under the heavens. My life was as lonely as an avalanche. What did you think of me then, at that time? And now? Jiang and I did not refute with words, but showed a disdainful look as if he had stepped on dog shit, and it was a big dog shithole. Su Fingyin raised his hand and threw the cucumber, but high, his face full of pride. I have taken 3 disciples. If there is a martial arts evaluation in Jianghu in the future, then Wang Sheng, Yu Dilong, and Lu Yinchang will definitely be in the top 20. That little bastard Yu Dilong is even expected to be the first. Jiang and I said, Yu Dilong? The child who was a scout in the Yuzhou cavalry? Su Fingyin nodded. He did not expect that the power of Jiang Ni's next sentence was no different from a flying sword taking a head. Even I heard of the famous story of leaning against the wall on the Wudong Mountain. He is really the most powerful person in the world. Su Fingyin was stunned. Then Jiang and I heard the master of leaning against the wall murmuring, clean up the family. Jiang and I looked up at the Milky Way hanging in the sky. After going to Guangling Road with her uncle, she had always heard the people there call it the Guangling River in the sky. Su Fingyin followed her to look at the river in the sky, murmuring, I heard that there are hundreds of thousands of mountains in Nanjiang. I heard that the snow in Liaodong is heavier than in the northwest. I heard that there is a butterfly spring in Nanzhao. Countless colorful butterflies are connected head to tail, hanging from the trees to the water. Jiang and I listened to his murmuring and said softly, those places that make you yearn for, will you go to see them in the future? Su Fingyin narrowed his eyes. Of course. Jiang and I withdrew her gaze. Tomorrow I want to go to the Purple Void Temple on the top of the mountain to burn incense. Su Fingyin wondered, pray for blessings and make a wish, or ask for a lot from someone. Jiang and I said unhappily, it's none of your business. Su Fingyin dismissed it with a laugh. If I remember correctly, tomorrow there will be Wudong Taoist Master Chun, Yao personally interpreting the lot. No matter how late you sleep in, I can have the old Taoist immediately interpret the lot for you. Who told me to be Wudong Mountain's heavenly great pilgrim? How could they dare to neglect me? Jiang and I was about to mock him when Su Fingyin spoke first. That year, Dong Tai gave me 12 pocket flying swords. Later, in those deadly battles with Han Shengxian, Wang Xinji, and Tuoba, many of them were destroyed and could no longer be assembled into a set. Later on, I had the Mahist master craftsman at the back of Mount Qingliang forge a new set of 9 swords, each of which is compatible with my different sword intents. The names of the 9 flying swords are Fengdu, Yishun, Yu, Shujing, Lao Jiao, Meizu, Qiao Chu, Wild Fox, and Yangji. How about it? Doesn't sound very interesting. Jiang and I bluntly said, sour, really sour? Su Fingyin laughed loudly. After he restrained his smile, he reminded him softly, that's right, when you burn incense tomorrow, there's some trivial matters that I have to tell you first, so that you won't be a headless fly running around randomly. You don't need a lot of incense. You can't just buy a bunch to show your sincerity. 3 sticks of incense are enough. Moreover, The copper coins for the incense must be paid by the person making the wish and cannot be borrowed. In Wudong, there is a difference between burning incense in the temple and burning incense in the altar. The former pays particular attention to the fact that the incense does not exceed an inch, and the latter is best with sandalwood incense. Real pilgrims bring their own incense, unlike you who are cramming at the last minute. Oh, wrong. Cramming at the feet of Jinwu the Great Emperor. That seems even more wrong. After entering the Taoist temple, men on the left and women on the right. No matter if it is the stairs or the threshold, do not walk in the middle. When you make a wish, do not casually promise to provide for them in the future. This is the same principle in Taoist temples and temples. Whether it is a bodhisattva or a true immortal, they do not lack your incense. Also, burning incense in Wudong is said to be the most effective way to pray for peace and prosperity. Remember not to make a wish that is too big. In the future, if your wish comes true, don't forget to fulfill it. Listening to Su Fengyan's tireless nagging, Jiang Ni's state of mind was peaceful, and there was even some warmth in his heart that made people feel warm. However, Su Fengyan did not let Jiang Ni down. His last sentence revealed his true colors of a fox. The most important thing is that it is also possible to make a wish on Wudong Mountain to give birth to a child early. Jiang Ni took a deep breath. She thought of the great gung horn under the moon swearing to kill post. At the end, Jiang Ni swore to kill Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan looked at the scenery of her chest, trembling when she breathed, and said with a smile, "Little clay figurine, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes." Jiang Ni sneered. She was no longer the little clay figurine who always lost in bickering in the past. Now, she had a bit of a style of His Majesty the Emperor of West Chu. The next day, the sky was slightly bright, when a melodious morning bell of Wudong Mountain sounded at the same time. On the square outside of Wudong Mountain's main peak, Big Lotus Peak, stood hundreds of Wudong Taoist priests of various generations. Not only that, there were hundreds of pilgrims who either stayed here last night or climbed the mountain in the dark. Together, they practiced the fist technique that was said to be found by the previous chief, Hong Shixiang, from ancient books. It was round and smooth, fair and peaceful. There were 3 people leading the fist technique. The current chief of Wudong, Li Yufu, and his disciple, Yufu. There was also the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, who wore a green robe and a jade pendant. A cool breeze blew gently. It was natural. The mountain was full of fog, immortal air, chivalrous air, and spiritual air. Jiang Ni, who had originally vowed to burn incense alone, secretly stood at the back of the square. She stood on her tiptoes and looked at the slender figure. Hearing the shameless whispers of many female pilgrims, she smiled and 2 dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. After Jiang Ni finished practicing with Su Fengyan, she openly walked through the crowd. Under the eyes of everyone, especially those women, she blushed slightly and took his hand. He said last night that his martial arts practice began at Wudong Mountain. Then his Jianghu should also end at Wudong Mountain. Between the beginning and the end, and even after the beginning, there would be her. Chapter 1771. In the battle between the 2 countries, the spies died first. In the battle between the 2 countries, the scouts died first. In the battle of Liangmang, the spies and scouts all died. In the 2nd year of Liang Xiangfu, in the heat of the summer, the battle had not yet officially begun, but outside the Northwest Pass, there was already an atmosphere of impending mountain rain. Unlike the spies on both sides of the border who were wandering around and watching each other, after the furious Empress of Beimang issued an order, groups of Bailiang crossbowmen and Beimang cavalry began to exchange lives with each other, almost fighting to the death when they saw each other. In a short period of 20 days, more than 40 battles, big and small, the Bailiang's white horse crossbowmen had already suffered more than 800 casualties. Dongzhu's Black Crow cavalry and Lu Gui's Black Fox cavalry were the main force of Beimang's scouts, and they had lost more than 1,000 cavalry. As for the mixed cavalry from the southern dynasty's Longwan border army, they were even more numerous. In the world, probably only on this battlefield where yellow sand was flying could there be such extravagant large-scale battles between the enemy and their own side. It should be known that in the history of the Central Plains, there was no lack of records of a few hundred roving bandits being able to plunder several provinces, so much so that the capital was shaken. From this, it could be seen that whether it was the scouts at the front line, the light cavalry in the field, or the heavy cavalry used to make the final decision, Liang Meng had reached the peak of cavalry battle strength that would make later generations gasp in amazement. As the situation of the scouts on the border around Hoda City became more and more desperate, this also meant that their military strength was even greater than the previous Beimang army, and they were about to stake everything on one throw and move out in full force. When the time came, the grassland would be empty, and they would mobilize all their troops and horses to the south and kowtow to Liangzhou. Before autumn, a battle decided that most of the scouts on both sides of Liangmeng were unable to last until autumn. Yalu Chukai, the brother-in-law of the previous southern courtyard Great King Dongzhua, the commander of the Black Fox Bars, and Lin Fu, the trusted aide and favorite general of the great general Lu Gui, the commander of the Black Fox Bars, used 200 Qi Long Pass horse bars to lure the enemy deep into the Dragon Eye Plains, with a total of 1,400 elite cavalry. They lured Sun Ji, one of the 3 captains of the Liangzhou White Horse Crossbowmen, into charging alone into the hinterland of the Dragon Eye Plains, about 160 li north of the Hoda City. Captain Sun Ji died on the spot, while the other 3 captains died on the way to the rear. Only 120 crossbowmen managed to break out of the siege and retreated to the southern end of the Dragon Eye Plains. All of them were wounded, but they were still cut off by Lin Fu's 200 Black Fox Bars. At this time, the cavalry under Lin Fu's command was between more than 100 Bailiang crossbowmen and Hoda City. Behind him, the silhouette of the former most majestic city at the border of the Liang dynasty could be faintly seen. After Dongzhou broke into the city, he had climbed up the city wall and personally broken a flag with the word Su. Lin Fu was wearing light armor and riding an extraordinarily handsome rouge horse. He was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who had personally experienced Lu Gui's journey to the north. Originally, Lu Gui had used his military exploits to become the main force of Lu Gui's army. Logically speaking, he didn't need to personally lead the army and participate in this scout battle. However, the Black Fox Bars were old generals' blood, sweat, and tears. Furthermore, Lin Fu, whose ancestors were from a prominent family in the Central Plains of Qing Province, also had an old score to settle with the Su family. Thus, he wanted to collect some interest first. Moreover, although there weren't many scouts on either side, it was obvious that the emperor and a large group of generals were all staring at the battle reports that were sent to the imperial court. Even his benefactor, Lu Gui, who had never had any unique experience as an official, had told him in private that Lin Fu had to perform well this time. Whether or not Lin Fu could advance further in the future, and whether or not he could turn from Lu Gui's trusted aide to an important official of the Southern Dynasty, depended on this battle. Previously, Lin Fu, who had chased after the stray dogs of Bailiang all the way to the south and didn't engage in close combat, had been very leisurely. He hadn't drawn his bow or drawn his saber. Therefore, the 200 Black Fox Bars beside him, who had been conserving their strength, were naturally more powerful than the wounded crossbowmen in front of him. In the end, they suddenly sped up and circled to the front of the Bailiang cavalry, looking very relaxed. The Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world, and the White Horse crossbowmen were crowned the Liang cavalry. Sitting high on his horse, Lin Fu couldn't help but snort. It wasn't that he underestimated the strength of the Bailiang crossbowmen responsible for the direction of Hoda City, but as a general's, Lin Fu didn't think it was worth it to die in such a cowardly manner when the enemy had such a large disparity in numbers. At the same time, Lin Fu also felt that it wasn't enough to fight to his heart's content. There were 3 groups of cavalry outside of Liangzhou's pass. The veteran Captain Sun Ji was in the middle. Wei Tilmu was stationed at the border of Liangzhou's Liangyu region, where the 2 heavy cavalry groups of Bailiang had quietly exited the pass, and the new young Captain Li Hanlin's 600 cavalry mainly roamed to the north of the Qingyuan military town in Liangzhou's west gate. This time, in order to take down all of Sun Ji's crossbowmen in one go, Lin Fu had no choice but to invite the royal descendant Yalu Chut-Sai's crow bars to participate in this hunt. He really didn't have any confidence in the useless horse bars trained by the nobles of Longguan in the south. They were practically a disgrace to the name of Beimang's horse bars. In a battle of equal numbers, they had no chance of victory against the Beiliang's white horse cavalry. No wonder they were laughed at by the Beiliang frontier army as donkey bars. Chapter 1772. One of the deputy captains glanced at the 100 or so Beiliang cavalry that were fighting and retreating at the same time. His eyes burned with desire. He patted his horse and came to Lin Fu's side. "General, what should we do next? We can't just give all our military merits to that outsider named Yalu, right? General, look, that guy named Sun Ji's head is hanging on the back of Dong, his brother-in-law's horse. Our brothers are all jealous. According to His Majesty's words, a crossbowman's head is very precious. If you add on the head of Wei Tumu or Li Hanlin, you can almost be made a marquis. Hey, General, are you really not tempted?" Lin Fu looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then gave an answer that greatly discouraged his deputy. "There's no rush. Let's waste some of the Beiliang cavalry's spirit. We'll continue to retreat. We just need to block their retreat." With this order, the Black Fox Guards followed the movements of the Beiliang crossbowmen and continued to retreat slowly, like a pack of wolves on the grasslands waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lin Fu had a keen intuition that had been nurtured by many years of war. Sun Ji, who had taken the bait and lost his life, was of course a big fish. However, there might not be only one big fish that took the bait. If he pulled the rod too early, the fishing line would break. Yalu Chukai, who was leading the chase, suddenly tilted his head slightly and easily dodged a crossbow bolt. Behind him, the crow rider was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, but he still used his bow arm to deflect the bolt. This crow rider, who used to be a horse catcher, was furious. He whipped his horse and spun the lasso, accurately wrapping it around the neck of a white horse crossbowman at the back of the enemy cavalry. With a strong pull, he pulled the crossbowman off the horse. The Beiliang rider, who fell heavily to the ground, tried to stand up, but the crow rider had already bent down and slid his blade across the neck. Just as the head was about to fall into his hands, another crow rider extended his blade and stabbed the head. He brushed past the head and laughed loudly, skillfully hanging the head on the side of his saddle. The crow rider who had been riding earlier couldn't help but curse. However, when he lowered his head and saw the 4 or 5 heads on both sides of his saddle, he didn't care anymore. Yalu Chukai grinned. The most valuable head of the Beiliang crossbowman was hanging on the side of his horse. After a long chase, it no longer looked like it was dripping with blood. The blood where the head had been severed had dried up. With a distance of about 50 paces, the arrows from both sides flew back and forth. Crow riders and Beiliang crossbowmen constantly fell off their horses after being shot. Most of them died from being shot in the face. However, after dying in battle, all the Beiliang cavalry had their heads chopped off. There were even some Beimang horsemen in the rear who didn't gain much battle merit who would vent their anger by shooting a few arrows at the headless corpses. Otherwise, they would directly drive their horses over the corpses on the ground. Crow riders and Longguan scouts, who had the absolute advantage, slowed down and sped up through tacit understanding. They constantly rotated. Many of the horsemen roamed around the Beiliang crossbowmen's flanks and shot at them. Some of the horsemen even waved their blades and shouted loudly, showing off their might. In particular, when someone used the fancy method of hiding in the belly of a horse to avoid the Beiliang crossbowmen's arrows, it even drew the strange cries of a large group of horsemen. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Yalu Chukai suddenly felt a bit dispirited, because the number of Beiliang crossbowmen decreased as he killed more and more. There were less than 100 of them left. More importantly, the two groups of people in charge of breaking out of the enemy's encirclement and bringing up the rear, these two groups of cavalry who would definitely die in front of their fellow soldiers, seemed to always be the most important figures among the crossbowmen. From Lieutenant Sun Ji to the 3 senior captains and several deputy captains, to the few remaining crossbowmen's captains, they were all like this. Yelu Chukai narrowed his eyes as he looked at these elite soldiers of the Bailiang frontier army who, from beginning to end, had fought silently and died silently. A wave of anger rose in his chest for no reason. This valiant general who had participated in the first battle of Liang Mang's Great War had a gloomy expression. He squeezed his horse's belly and charged forward, quickly passing by a few crow's fences. In an instant, the distance between the enemy and his war horses was shortened to less than 10 paces. The crossbowman who turned his head and saw this scene silently threw away his light crossbow and pulled out his cold blade. Blood flowed from his arm. Before he could kill the enemy, the blade in his hand was already dyed red. The large rouge horse under Yelu Chukai was already running neck and neck with the enemy. Without waiting for the crossbowman to swing his blade, Yelu Chukai viciously sliced off the head of the crossbowman. With a flick of his wrist, the head was lifted high into the air. Then it was shot through by an arrow from a crow-riding soldier with sharp eyes. The head that rolled on the ground was then stabbed by a soldier behind Bei Mang with his blade, becoming a battle achievement. The scouts of both sides were running all over the long border. For a cavalry of more than 1,000 to move, without anyone noticing, was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only the elite cavalry under Dong Zhuo's command, like the crow-riding soldiers, could move hundreds of cavalry without making a sound. More accurately speaking, they had enough strength to clear out all the nearby spies. Not only did they win the battle of contact, they also had to completely cut off the small groups of crossbowmen's transmission of military intelligence, causing them to be paralyzed on the battlefield. If one looked down from the sky at the southern end of the Longyan Plains, the 2 cavalry forces were like a moving carpet. It was just that on the carpet, there was blood constantly sputtering. Chapter 1773. Sun Ji's white horse crossbowmen, who had been invincible outside the pass for more than 10 years, were now left with only 60 or so riders. Blocking the path ahead were 200 black fox bars under Lin Fu's command. For some reason, there were also 200 black fox bars further away that had yet to show their faces. They were merely moving about in a concealed manner. Chasing behind them were 300 Crow Lanzi and 400 Longwan Horse Lanzi. This was actually all the Bei Mang border horse Lanzi had. Of course, if the second and third-rate Bei Mang horse Lanzi were included, the overall strength could be doubled. 20 years ago, Northern Liang Border Army's crossbowmen numbered more than 2,600 cavalry. After this battle, if Sun Ji's troops were completely wiped out, then only Li Hanlin and Wei Tumu, these 2 officers, would be left with just over 1,000 cavalry troops. Suddenly, just as Lin Fu's Black Fox Lanzi had unknowingly arrived at the edge of the Longyan Plains, the 60 or so white horse crossbowmen all turned their horses around. They did not continue to try to break out of the encirclement, but turned their backs to Hudu's city, to Liangzhou, and to Bailiang. When the Bailiang crossbowmen collectively made this inconceivable movement, Yelu Chukai, although realizing that something was wrong, did not stop his attack at all. He took the lead and charged over. In his view, even if something unexpected happened, as long as he could swallow up these remnants, there was nothing wrong with it. Brother-in-law Dong Zhuo had a catchphrase, saying that the good things in the world were only truly good things when they were in one's pocket. Otherwise, no matter how good something was, as long as it was not in one's hands, it was useless. In a close-distance cavalry battle, the Liang Mang cavalry all drew their blades in tacit understanding. At this time, 2 bugle horns sounded from different places, vigorous and solemn. It was as if they were paying tribute to the dead, to the comrades who had lost their heads. In a battle of scouts, the bugle horn should not have appeared on the battlefield. Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai, the 2 commanders of the horse Lanzi, followed the sudden bugle horn and looked in different directions. Lin Fu looked into the distance to the right, where a cavalry troop covered in blood was charging over. A tall and sturdy Bailiang cavalry general raised the head of a Bei Mang horse Lanzi, roaring angrily, "Bailiang crossbowman Wei Musheng is here. The 200 Black Fox Lanzi are all dead." Meanwhile, in Yelu Chutsai's line of sight, a cavalry troop numbering around 500 solemn and solemn, breaking through the yellow sand and dust, galloping over. The cavalry general in the lead silently said, "Sun Ji, Commander, I, Lin Hamlin, will wipe out the Crow Lanzi. The riders at his side were all comrades who had slaughtered their way into Southern Dynasty's gentleman's pavilion military town, uprooting countless Northern Mang beacons along the way. Zong Puzi Lu Do, Li Shuriwe, Fong Hutu. At this moment, Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai understood that even without mentioning the Longguan scouts, just their Crow Lanzi and Black Fox Lanzi, even if they encountered other large-scale Bailiang cavalry, even if there were tens of thousands of Bailiang light cavalry troops, the two-horse Lanzi would still be able to safely retreat. Unfortunately, they encountered those two white horse crossbowmen, unable to escape, unable to retreat. Yelu Chukai turned his head to look at the strange horse Lanzi mixed in with the cavalry on his side. They did not carry bows or sabers, and did not even wear armor. During the pursuit of Sun Ji's crossbowmen, they did not make a move at all. It was because they were martial artists from one of the 5 great sects of Beimang: Ti Bingshan's son-in-law, his brother-in-law, Dong Zhuo, his personal retainers. This group of hidden Jianghu experts was also the reason he dared to lead his troops near Hoda City. Yelu Chukai originally did not want these Jianghu people to participate in the battle, but now it seemed that if they did not participate, his brother-in-law's Crow Lanzi would definitely suffer a great loss. Without needing to communicate, Lin Fu led the 200 Black Fox Lanzi to meet Wei Muxing's White Horse crossbowmen, while Yelu Chukai led his troops to meet Li Hamlin's 500 cavalry crossbowmen. The 400 Long Pass scouts were responsible for taking care of the remaining 60 cavalry of Sun Ji's troops, and then reinforcing the Black Fox Lanzi, who were temporarily at a disadvantage. Once one of the main forces of Liangzhou arrived and entered the battlefield, Beimang's 3-horse Lanzi would of course risk great losses to quickly retreat. But right now, in this type of close battle, even if they knew that the 3 white horse crossbowmen had created a dangerous situation, Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai were still unwilling to retreat. Lin Fu led the 200 Black Fox Lanzi to meet Wei Muxing's crossbowmen head-on, while glancing back at Hoda City. Lin Fu was waiting to see. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, unaware of the slingshot below. Now, it was time to see who would have a last laugh. If nothing unexpected happened, today's battle, one side of the border scouts would definitely die at the border. Chapter 1774. Lin Fu's benefactor, Lu Gui, as one of the 4 leading generals in the Second Battle of Liangmang, stationed his troops outside Gourdmouth in Yuzhou, far away from the battlefield in Liangzhou, in order to prevent the same mistake from happening again. Therefore, he could not solve the thirst outside Liangzhou Pass. The reason why Lin Fu dragged Yelu Chutsai's Black Crowbar into this hunt was because, firstly, he wanted to wrap dumplings and eat Sun Ji's crossbowmen. Secondly, Lin Fu was ambitious. He purposely gave the military merit to Yelu Chukai in order to make friends with Dong Zhuo, who had just resigned as the king of the southern courtyard. He also wanted to persuade Fatty Dong, who would not act unless he saw a rabbit, to mobilize 8,000 of the Dong family's private cavalry to follow behind the horse bars from afar. This was to deal with the field light cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass that might quickly enter the Longyan Plains, such as Luya and Fuling's cavalry troops behind Hoda City, so that they could report back to the king before the battle began. This was why Lin Fu had no choice but to hand over the head of Bailiang Sun Ji with both hands in the previous battle. His Black Crowbar was like a spectator from the beginning to the end. Dong Zhuo once laughed and asked Lin Fu if he was not afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. After all his efforts would go to his brother-in-law's military merit in the end. Lin Fu did not mince his words. Since both sides of Liangmang wanted to wipe out the enemy's scouts in one fell swoop, completely blinding the enemy, Lin Fu believed in his own intuition. He believed that the Liangzhou border army, whose resources were not as deep as his own, would definitely not allow several hundred crossbowmen to die in front of their eyes. Once the main force of Bailiang's cavalry entered the battlefield, the military merit would be enormous. However, Lin Fu felt that it was a pity. Only Dong Zhuo was willing to accompany him to the gambling table. But when he went to see Commandant Morong Baoding and the commander of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan, in an attempt to persuade them to join him in this grand hunt that had a high chance of triggering the Great Battle of Liangmang, to his surprise, Morong Baoding, who was in charge of attacking Liangzhou's defensive line alongside Dong Zhuo, actually scoffed. Hong Jingyan, on the other hand, was hesitant. In the end, the Ruran cavalry was temporarily under Morong Baoding's command. Without a military order, the Ruran cavalry could not be mobilized on their own accord. As the Black Fox Guards and the White Horse crossbowmen drew closer and closer, Lin Fu suddenly saw a comical sight. Beside Lieutenant Wei Muxing's horse was a child who could barely be called a youth, riding on a large horse. He looked like a large horse carrying a small piece of charcoal. The child was not wearing the Bailiang's standard light armor of the crossbowman. Instead of a sword, he carried a cold saber on his back. It looked very absurd. Of course, Lin Fu did not believe that the Bailiang cavalry was lacking in soldiers to such an extent. This was because in the first great battle of Liangmang, it was said that a young rider had followed the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyin, to battle outside Gourdmouth of Yuzhou. He killed people like scything wheat, using his 2 fists to kill 100 people. Lin Fu suddenly understood. It was no wonder that not a single person from the Black Fox Guards had survived to report back. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they had been killed by this person. Lin Fu did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. As if he was facing a great enemy, he intentionally or unintentionally avoided the saber-carrying child in his charge. On Yeluchut-Sai's side of the battlefield, a group of 50 or so Tibbing Mountain Wufu led the charge and killed the crossbowman Lieutenant Li Hanlin in one fell swoop. Li Hanlin did not change his route and continued forward in a straight line. In the past, the young man who was cursed together with His Royal Highness Yin Qiji and Kong Wuqi as one of the 4 evils of Bailiang, the one who thought that he would spend the rest of his life fooling around among the flowers. His face was still as handsome as ever, but it was no longer sickly white. Instead, it was slightly tanned and angular. In these 3 years, he had risen from the lowest level of crossbowman outside Liangzhou Pass to squad leader, squad leader, squad leader, vice captain, and commandant. Step by step, he had become the lieutenant of today, the commander of the world's most invincible 800 white horse crossbowmen. His fellow soldiers, his old squad leaders, and commandants had all died in battle before the eyes of this young man, whose father was the Bailiang prefect of Taoism. The only familiar faces who had joined the army at the beginning were Lu Do, Li Shiyue, and Feng He. Li Hanlin remembered the first time he met Brother Yin, who had returned from Liangjiang Lake to Mount Qingliang. At that time, Li Hanlin was still very much looking forward to Jianghu. He listened to Su Fengyin talk about the anecdotes of the Wulin world, about the strength of heroes, the charm of fairies, and the style of grandmasters. Li Hanlin considered the fact that he had never experienced Jianghu as his greatest regret. Later, he left the rich Lingzhou in Jiangnan and came alone to the unfamiliar Liangzhou Pass. As far as his eyes could see, there were only military forts, yellow sand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the boiling hot Gobi Desert, the stubborn vegetation that was hard to see, and the unbearably smelly horse dung. Beside him, there were only 3 things he could rely on. Li Hanlin exhaled heavily. Ludo, the heavy-eyed Ludo nodded. Expressionlessly, he led the charge out of the cavalry formation. At the same time, a rider followed him out on a fast horse. It was a young female swordsman who did not fit in with this group of white horse crossbowmen. She was full of heroic spirit, the type of girl whose beauty was not too outstanding, but could still make people's eyes light up. The young girl carried many swords on her back. Ever since she became the personal retainer of Captain Li Hanlin, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. But when they heard that she was the eldest disciple of the prince, none of the white horse crossbowmen dared to joke around. No one dared to call her the nickname Sword Girl. Some of the younger crossbowmen were even somewhat disheartened. The young female swordsman called Wang Sheng turned her head and glanced at Li Hanlin. Li Hanlin responded with a smile. His eyes indicated that he would not forget her master's warning. After the old woman of Beimeng declared that she would exterminate all the crossbowmen of Bailiang, and especially after it was rumored that she had specifically mentioned his name, Li Hanlin, in front of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, Su Fengyan very quickly had Wang Sheng enter the crossbowmen as a temporary scout. He also sent a message to Li Hanlin. That message had nothing to do with heroic words, nothing to do with soul-stirring emotions. Do not die so easily. The meaning of these words was that he, Li Hanlin, could die when he needed to, but he had to die a worthy death. Li Hanlin did not feel that there was anything wrong with these words. On the contrary, as a crossbowman captain who was used to a military life and had seen many deaths, he felt that only such words were worthy of their 20 years of brotherly love. Sun Ji, I, Li Hanlin, will collect your corpse today. If I die, Brother Nian, there is no need to trouble you to collect my corpse. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Liang Meng used their own scouts as bait. Yuan Nanning led 10,000 white feather guards, and Qi Dang led 6,000 iron stupas. Based on the strategy of the Huayang Pass, they entered the battlefield of the dragon one after the other. The 8,000 Dongjua elite cavalry and the 6,000 Ruren cavalry of Hong Jingyan, who had changed his mind for some reason, also entered the battlefield one after the other. This encounter, which had been planned by both sides long ago and was full of variables, happened so abruptly that no one was prepared for it. Murong Baoding's army could not send reinforcements in time. The Bailiang cavalry of Liuya and Fuling were also unable to send reinforcements. In the dilapidated Hoda city, the brand new Sioux flag on the city wall flapped in the wind. The summer grass that had spent a spring in the cracks of the city was still green, but the autumn wind did not arrive and did not wither. Chapter 1775. The carpet that previously seemed to have been laid out on a desert of yellow sand seemed to have been pulled up into a satin. Only, there was still blood splashing out. Every dog has its day. Right now, it was the white horse crossbowman chasing Beimeng horse bars. A Longguan scout with cracked lips could already clearly feel the exhaustion of the horse beneath him. Around him were his sorry-looking comrades who had their backs to Bailiang's Tiger Head City. Even further ahead were the Crow and Black Fox elite cavalry that had pulled some distance away from them. Great General Liu Gui's trusted aide and favorite General Lin Fu and Dong, which was brother-in-law Yelu Chukai, were both on their way north. The former had a ghastly, bloody wound on his face during the battle, his skin and flesh lacerated. The latter wasn't much better off. 4 or 5 crossbow arrows pierced through his armor, but didn't fall, making him look like a hedgehog. His entire body was covered in blood. It seemed like his muscles and bones had been injured. This Longguan ranked generals couldn't understand how they ended up becoming the prey of the Bailiang crossbowmen. As a top-level scout at the border, it wasn't that he couldn't tell that the Crow and Black Fox troops weren't that weak. If they were willing to fight to the death and not retreat, they still had a chance to fight to the death against the 2 groups of Bailiang crossbowmen. However, those generals with real authority and the imperial relative surnamed Yelu chose to retreat. That was why when he was shot in the neck by a crossbow arrow and fell off the back of his horse, he seemed to have thought it through. Perhaps it was because those 2 people's lives were too valuable. Compared to the tyrannical actions of the Beimeng scouts when they chased down Sun Ji's crossbowmen, such as bending down to cut off heads, riding horses to trample on headless corpses, or using the corpses on the ground as targets, Li Hanlin and Wei Muxing's crossbowmen similarly chased down without hesitation. If a Beimeng scout dismounted from his horse, regardless of official status, the nearby crossbowmen would all raise their arms and point their crossbows downwards, accurately adding a crossbow arrow to ensure the death of the scout. Ludo, who had astonishing martial prowess, led 100 mounted crossbowmen and was responsible for patrolling the left flank of Beimeng's defeated army to prevent their formation from dispersing, which would be detrimental to their side's victory. On the right flank, there were only 2 riders keeping watch, but their deterrence to Beimeng's cavalry was no less than that of Liangzhou's 100 cavalry. These 2 riders were the female swordsman Wang Sheng and the scout's sergeant Yudilong. who had previously followed Yu Luandao to Liangzhou's pass. Not only did Wang Sheng carry as many as 6 swords on her back, she also used a rope to tie up 4 famous swords that her master had helped her take from the city wall of Wuwu City. She had a strange habit towards Jianghu masters who did not use swords, such as Yu Dilong and Lu Yunzhang, the Saber Dao champion, as well as Go Yufeng, who was known to be invincible along with Yu Dilong. Wang Sheng was never willing to exchange pointers with them. Even if they met by chance and were close at hand, she was never willing to use her sword. Wang Sheng defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dong Yue's sword pool Shan Baoi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu story. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dong Yue's sword pool Shan Baoi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu legend. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. She had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dong Yue's sword pool Shan Baoi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu legend. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. She had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dong Yue's sword pool Shan Baoi, who had forged a sword for herself and had no other sword. Wang Sheng's master was never known for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Later generations remembered Su Fengyan because of the female sword saint Wang Sheng. At this time, Yu Dilong secretly turned his head to look at the girl. He originally thought that she would not be used to fighting on the battlefield. Previously, he only knew that she had once accompanied White Fox Face, who had a deep relationship with his master. The two of them traveled together in Beimang. He only knew that her swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. The girl's clothes were stained with blood. As she spurred her horse forward, her hands pressed on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Her hands were stained with blood. She raised her head and looked forward. Her hair gently fluttered in the wind. She was in high spirits. His master had told him in private that as long as one was a girl, there was no girl who did not like rouge and face powder. The reason why Yu Dilong asked his master for the reward money for his military exploits, other than sending it to Annie Pei to repair the small courtyard, was that he wanted to secretly save some money. However, Yu Dilong was still young. He felt that even if he bought those feminine things, he might not be able to give them away. What do you mean by extreme love for the sword? My life is devoted to the sword. In the next 100 years, he would be honored as the most powerful man in the world. He did not use weapons his entire life. He defeated all the heroes in the world except for Go Yufeng with his bare hands. It was said that he did not have a girl he liked, but year after year, he would personally buy a few boxes of rouge. In the end, he would pile them up in a house like a mountain. Many years later, an old man who had lived for nearly 2 decades opened the door of the house. The old man with snow-white hair and brows sat alone on the threshold. He looked back and seemed to see a dark-skinned girl with her hands behind her back, picking and choosing in front of the Rouge Mountain. Wei Musheng, who was bathed in blood, rode his horse to Li Hanlin's side. He said in a hoarse voice, "Captain Li, these barbarians are unwilling to fight with all their might. Something is not right. Crow Lanzi and us crossbowmen are sworn enemies. They have never been soft-hearted. It seems like they have a backup plan like us. Be careful of ambushes." Li Hanlin casually spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his head to look at the sky. He then nodded and said in a low voice, "Captain Wei, your troops have suffered heavy casualties. Leave the pursuit to us for the time being. If you can take the opportunity to change horses, then change horses. There is no need to worry about wasting time. Once you encounter a large group of Beimang cavalry, you will need to stall for time. You must hold on until Yuan Nanting's white feather-light cavalry arrives on the battlefield. According to previous intelligence reports, I believe that with the current deployment of Beimang's Dongjua and Murong Baoding, they will not be able to transfer too many cavalry troops to deal with this battle. We still have Qidong's Iron Stupa. When the time comes, whether we fight or retreat, we will have room to maneuver. Chapter 1776. After pondering for a moment, Wei Mushing said with a murderous look, Dong Zhuo, that bastard, is determined to compete with our Yuzhou army with infantrymen after all. The number of cavalrymen under this fatty's command is small, with General Yuan Nanning and General Qi Danghua supporting us. Even if there are some unexpected changes, we will still be in an invincible position. We can fight this battle with all our might. Li Hanlin revealed a bitter smile. Wei Mushing hesitated for a second before saying, now that we want to lure the snake out of its hole, Beimang barbarians are not all idiots. At that time, Sun Ji proposed that we 3 draw lots. Whoever gets the first one will be the bait. To be honest, when Sun Ji got the first one, I felt lucky. It's not that I, Wei Mushing, was afraid that my 500 to 600 brothers would die with me. Captain Li, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Old Wei's heart is actually clear. You were the one who suggested this plan to the Protectorate Manor, and you were the one who wanted to be the bait the most. No one can be blamed but you. If Sun Ji wants to blame someone, he can only blame his bad luck and his blindness for having such a disloyal brother like me. Li Hanlin shook his head and raised his arm to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sun Ji was the one who suggested the drawing of lots. He also prepared the objects for the drawing of lots himself. In the end, Sun Ji was the first to draw the lot. Lieutenant Wei, do you really not understand? Wei Mushing stared blankly for a moment before he smiled sadly. What a good General Sun Ji. What a good General Sun Mingho. He fought countless fierce battles in his life, but he didn't even get injured that many times. So in the end, he just returned his good fortune to the heavens. Li Hanlin wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. In the end, he didn't say it out. Sun Ji and Wei Mushing were from the same hometown of Yinji Prefecture in Yuzhou. When they were young, they looked down on the local Yuzhou infantry and joined the Liangzhou border army together. They were both once low-level soldiers in the Torch Battalion, the predecessor of Beiliang's crossbowmen, and were highly valued by Hu Kuei. Later on, the two brothers' advancement was roughly the same. Eventually, they both became crossbowmen captains and became the 2 most glorious captains among the dozens of captains in the Beiliang Frontier Army. However, when one of them became a captain, there was a conflict between the 2 brothers, Chun Jibao, the Protector General of Beiliang, and Zhong Hongwu, the cavalry commander. After all, the captains of crossbowmen were an official position that the Beiliang Frontier Army would not change even if it was called the General of the 3 provinces. It was not simply a special position that could be explained by the words high official and generous salary. In the end, Sun Ji, who had the backing of the old Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu, was the first to become a captain. When Zhong Hongwu had yet to retire in a fit of anger, his power in the frontier army was at its peak. As a result, Wei Mushing, who had a slightly better military exploits, continued to hold the position of captain for 2 more years. As a result, one of the 2 brothers went to his hometown in Yuzhou to celebrate the new year while the other stayed in the frontier army. After Li Hanlin had drawn lots at Fuling Military Town, he and Sun Ji walked together on the street. The 2 people who were not familiar with each other did not talk much. Sun Ji had always been a ruffian in the Beiliang Frontier Army, but he was also popular. He dared to throw a tantrum at General Su Xiao and ask for horses and money, and also dared to joke around with veteran generals like Yan Wenluan and He Zhonghu. Even Lu Jinu of Huda City was willing to call Sun Ji his brother. In contrast, the taciturn Wei Mushing was much inferior, especially after his backer Chen Jibao betrayed Beiliang in the past. As for Li Hanlin, the son of Administrator Li Gongda, his meteoric rise to become a crossbowman captain, many of the generals of the frontier army speculated that ultimately it was because the new young prince was not at ease with the White Horse crossbowmen in Beiliang. During the conversation on the street of Fuling Military Town, Li Hamlin had told Sun Ji why he had become a crossbowman in the frontier army. He was very open and honest, and Sun Ji did not feel that it was a matter of 300 taels of silver being hidden here. Sun Ji talked about Hu Kuei and Zhong Hongwu, these two important people in the officialdom. He also talked about his old brother Wei Musheng, who was gradually drifting away. He talked about the old and new Liang princes, and he talked about Lu Jinu, who had died in battle at Hoda's city and whose corpse had been exchanged by Su Fengyin for the heads of Yang Yuanzhan and several others. In the end, Sun Ji said something that was very appropriate for the hot summer. He made fun of Li Hamlin, the son of one of the few officials in Beiliang. He said that in the summer, the wealthy people of Lingzhou not only had resorts to avoid the heat, they could also enjoy quite a few luxurious foods to avoid the heat. He said that in the early years of his life, he had always had a dream, which was that in the future, when he could no longer fight, he would bring his family to Lingzhou to retire. When that time came, he would definitely let Li Hanlin, this rich person, do the honors of being a host. At the time, Li Hanlin did not know what to say. He could only smile and say that in the summer, every rich person in Lingzhou would have a food called immortal grass. It was a local thing that was sent from the distant Nanjiang Road to Lingzhou in Beiliang. After it was ground, it was added with ice and made into a large bowl of cold jelly. With one bite, it was truly cool like an immortal. At the time, Sun Ji was walking on the street in armor. Under the scorching sun, the stocky middle-aged man was sweating profusely. He closed his eyes and smacked his lips. With a brilliant smile on his face, he muttered that in the future, his most beloved daughter would definitely be able to eat that thing every year. Before Li Hamlin parted ways with Wei Musheng, he said without any reason, "Lieutenant Wei, I've long heard that you and your old brother Sun Ji have been competing for your whole life. From the time you fought in the military and became an official to the time you married a wife, and in the end, you didn't even miss out on having a few children. Is that true?" Wei Musheng was ashamed and resentful as he said, "Sun Ji is a lucky guy. He gave birth to 3 sons in one go. Last year, his family had another little daughter. Old Wei, my wife's belly was disappointing. She only gave birth to daughters for Old Wei. Up until now, there hasn't been a single child. I've never lost to Sun Ji in anything in my life. Only this matter, I have no choice but to accept it." Li Hamlin smiled and said, "Old brother Wei, if you don't blame me for being meddlesome, then I'll have to say a few more words. If sister-in-law gives birth to a son for you in the future, why don't you arrange a child marriage with Sun Ji's youngest daughter? A girl 3 years older than your son is a golden brick. Don't despise the girl for being older than your son. Knowing how to dote on others is better than anything else." The burly man who was called Old Brother Wei by Li Hamlin and not Lieutenant Wei was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, Wei Musheng laughed loudly and said, "This matter, I think it's fine. Later on, if I don't die on a battlefield, I'll personally ask Sun Ji. If that old fellow doesn't say anything, then I'll take it that he agrees to this child marriage." He was already dead. How could he open his mouth to speak? In that case, this impromptu betrothal was most likely set in stone. In the second year of Xiangfu, the Great Summer, Beiliang's white horse crossbowman Lieutenant Sun Ji and Wei Musheng successively died in battle on the Longyan Plains outside the border. On this day, Bei Meng's Yelu Honkai also died in battle. Old Liang's prince, Su Zhao's adopted son, Qi Dang, also died in battle. And that seemingly inconspicuous child marriage on the battlefield of the border, where iron hooves were like thunder, did not happen in the end. Chapter 1777. Bei Meng's various horse bars that belonged to different factions had already been routed to the previously set up ambush. Ballista Colonel Sun Ji had died in battle here. The white horse ballista soldiers chased after them like a hot knife through butter. Their casualties were extremely low. Occasionally, a rider would be injured by an arrow and unable to continue fighting. They would dismount and search for the headless corpses of their fellow soldiers who had died in the retreat and place them on the back of their horses. Along the way, many of the Bei Meng horse bars' ownerless mounts paced back and forth around the corpses lying in pools of blood on the ground. From time to time, They would lower their heads to lightly touch the corpses in an attempt to wake up the Bailiang Frontier Army soldiers who had fallen off their horses after being shot down by the Baimang cavalry. Meanwhile, most of these war horses had 1 or 2 heads of Sun Ji's ballista soldiers hanging near their saddles. Li Hanlin and Wei Muxing's 2 wounded ballista soldiers silently turned around and headed south. Along the way, they collected the corpses and retrieved the heads. They continuously gathered up the lonely Bailiang war horses that were scattered all over the place. If there were war horses that were still breathing, the ballista soldiers wouldn't ignore them either. They would squat down and pat their heads, and then quickly stab their blades into the horses' necks to give them a quick death. The Bailiang Frontier Army Iron Cavalry. Almost everyone believed that the war horses that they viewed as their wives in this life would definitely be reincarnated as humans in the next life and become part of the Bailiang Frontier Army like them. They would be able to fight side by side again. In operas, it was always said that a jar cannot escape breaking by the well, and a general will not leave the battlefield until he dies. However, no matter how soul-stirring an opera was, it would never be able to express the sorrow of the battle on the battlefield. Crow Ballista Commander Yelu Chukai and Black Fox Ballista Commander Lin Fu rode side by side. Behind the two, there were no longer any Longguan scouts in sight. Most of the ballista soldiers had already died under the ballista and cold blades of the white horse ballista soldiers. Lin Fu, who had a bloody groove on his face, was gasping for air. Every time he breathed, he would pull at the wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Yelu Chukai casually broke a crossbow bolt that was nailed into his shoulder. Looking back, he saw that all of the Longguan ballista soldiers had fallen on the Longyan plains. Crow and Black Fox ballista's fighting strength was also less than 40%. Yelu Chukai suddenly frowned. Why are the ballista soldiers behind us slowing down their horses? Could it be that Li and Wei Musheng have begun to realize our intentions? As long as they advance another 30 miles to the north, my brother-in-law's 8,000 cavalry will be able to form an encirclement. Lin Fu, this time, whether or not we can wipe out Bailiang's 3 ballista soldiers will depend on whether or not the Bailiang is willing to let us continue the 30-li journey. Do you have any ideas? Lin Fu endured the pain and laughed. How could I not have any ideas? Just kill them. It depends on whether or not you, Yelu Chukai, are willing to pay the price. Although Yelu Chukai had always been scolded by Dong Zhuo as an idiot, he was, after all, an experienced commander. But Lin Fu didn't want to expose him, so he still had a compassionate heart. Yelu Chukai took a deep breath and made a hand gesture, summoning one of the Crow ballista soldiers. Without needing Yelu Chukai to say anything, the valiant lieutenant who had fought alongside Dong Zhuo since his youth grinned at Yelu Chukai. He didn't say anything and simply nodded. He turned his horse around and shouted a few words. Then he led the 80 or so elite Crow ballista soldiers to slow down and quickly fell behind. At the same time, Lin Fu's Black Fox ballista soldiers also did the same. Both sides were determined to completely cut off the pursuit of the ballista soldiers. When Li Hanlin's men, who were in charge of the pursuit, slowed down, Wei Musheng immediately rushed to Li Hanlin's side. With a hint of condemnation, he asked anxiously, "Lieutenant Li, if your men are tired and unable to pursue, just let me know in advance and let my men kill the enemy instead. Why did you let the enemy escape?" Li Hanlin stared at the signs of the Northern Mang horse bars. When he saw the movements of the 140 Northern Mang barbarians' elite cavalry, he raised the war blade in his hand and pointed forward. With a sunken voice, he said, "From the looks of it, it has already been confirmed that there is an ambush in Northern Mang. Moreover, the enemy's cavalry army definitely isn't too far away. Otherwise, Crowbar and Black Fox Bar wouldn't have sent those 100 or so cavalry to their deaths on purpose. Old Brother Wei, your troops still shouldn't make a move. Continue to preserve your strength. The real battle to the death is yet to come. Yuan Nanting's white feather-light cavalry will arrive soon. I like to see who will eat who." The reason Northern Mang headed south was to pass through northern Liang and annex the Central Plains. Every single one of Northern Mang soldiers fought with their lives on the line for military merits and rewards. Our Bailiang, on the other hand, was fighting for fewer deaths. It was different. Wei Mushing followed the direction of Li Hanlin's sword and indeed saw the 100 or so Baimang elites blocking the rear. It looked like they were trying to buy time for their commanders to escape the battlefield. Li Hanlin's face was suddenly filled with hostility. It's not hard for you to die. 10th monthly, Tiger Head Fong. Each lead 100 riders and charge with me. This time, there's no need to conserve your strength. Just focus on killing. In the distance, Lu Do shouted, "Count me in." Both sides had used up most of their crossbows and arrows, so they could only fight with their sabers. Baimang Ballista waved their swords. Bailiang's crossbowmen tightened their grip on their swords. The 140 or so Black Fox cavalry clashed fiercely with Li Hanlin's 200 crossbowmen. Then, they crossed the line between life and death. The two cavalry forces didn't have many people to begin with, so they didn't spread out too far. It could be said that they met on a narrow path. Each side tacitly moved in a row with only 4 or 5 riders side by side. In this kind of situation, the one leading the charge was most likely to die. Li Hanlin, Lu Do, 10th monthly, and Tiger Head Fong, 1 lieutenant, 1 commandant, and 2 deputy commandants, charged at the front. Li Hanlin's attack was the cleanest. He directly cut off the neck of one of the Black Crows. Lu Do, who was born with astonishing physical strength, attacked with great force. Not only did his blade cut off the enemy's swords, he even cut off the Black Fox's upper body. 10th month Li's blade was the most exquisite. He twisted his head to avoid the enemy's slash and stabbed the Black Crow's throat with his cold blade. Tiger Head Fong was the only one who didn't kill the enemy. He only clashed heavily with Ma Lan's swords. After Li Hanlin and Lu Do each killed 3 enemy riders, 10th month Li killed 2 Baimang scouts in succession. However, he was about to be stabbed in the neck by the 3rd enemy rider in a straight line. Chapter 1778. Li Hanlin and Li October were separated by Lu Do. They saw this scene from the corner of their eyes and yelled, "Old Lu." Almost at the same time, Lu Do turned to the side and grabbed the corpse of the enemy rider that had not fallen off his horse. He pulled it over and smashed it on the body of the scout that Li October was facing. Lu Do was still in the mood to smile at Li October, who had just dodged a bullet and seemed to say 6. Li October snorted coldly and ignored him. What Lu Do meant was that Li October already owed him 6 lives in this life. According to the agreement between the 4 brothers, when they returned to Lingzhou in the future, Li October would have to treat Lu Do to 6 of the most expensive courtesans. However, everyone was well aware that their reward money had long been given to their fallen comrades. Therefore, the 4 of them were actually paupers who could not save a few taels of silver. When the 2 cavalry forces were about to clash, Fong Hetu was chopped off his horse by an enemy rider and was about to be trampled on by the next horse. Li Hanlin was about to save him when Lu Do shouted, "Let me do it." He jumped up from his horse and jumped over Li Hanlin and his horse. He bent his legs and landed on the yellow sand and pounced forward. His hands hammered heavily on the abdomen of the Baimang warhorse, sending both rider and horse flying to the side. Lu Do lightly kicked Fong Hetu's shoulder and kicked him out of the battlefield. At this moment, the Baimang cavalry had already charged over. Lu Do laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. Instead, his body was as agile as a snake. His body curled up and his hands and feet stuck to the ground as he moved forward. When the Baimang warhorse was about to pass under its abdomen, he suddenly stood up. That Baimang warhorse was lifted up by Zhong Tongzi's shoulders. Ma Lanzi, who was on the back of the horse, was caught off guard and lost his balance. His head was cut off by a crossbowman who brushed past him. Li Hanlin couldn't care about anything else and could only focus on killing the enemy. When he realized that Li October, the only one left beside him, hadn't appeared from the corner of his eye, he took a moment to look back. He saw that Li October, who had fallen behind a dozen steps behind him, had just killed a Baimang barbarian and his face was covered in blood. Li October, the son of a wealthy official, happened to see Li Hanlin looking back. He smiled brightly and nodded in greeting, telling Lee Hamlin not to worry about him. Lee Hamlin smiled knowingly and turned back to continue fighting. However, when he was the first to break through the enemy formation, he took a breather and waited patiently for October Lee to appear. Unfortunately, October Lee did not appear. In this lifetime, he did not get to see her again. At that time, Lee Hamlin's eyes were red. He turned his horse around like a madman and rushed away. Finally, when the 140 Baimang elite scouts were all dead and the crossbowmen under Lee Hamlin's command continued their pursuit, Lee Hamlin finally found Lee October. He lay in a pool of blood, staring at the sky with his eyes wide open. October Lee's breathing gradually weakened. Lee Hamlin sat on the ground and hugged him gently. Lu Do and Fong Hutu, who were covered in blood, sat across from Lee Hamlin in a daze. Among the four of them, Fong Hutu, who was burly but had the most gentle personality, suddenly hugged his head and wailed, "It's all my fault. If I wasn't useless, old Lu wouldn't have had to save me. As long as old Lu kept an eye on October Lee October wouldn't have had to die. It's all my fault." A man who had suffered more than 30 wounds on the battlefield but had never shed a tear was sobbing uncontrollably. October Lee's lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but also as if he wanted to shake his head. The pale Lee Hamlin looked up and said softly to Fong Hutu, "Hutu, don't say such things if you're a brother. Do you want October Lee to die uneasy?" Fong Hutu struggled to stop crying. He raised his arm to cover his mouth and looked at October Lee with tears all over his face. Lu Do hurriedly wiped off the blood on his face. As a result, his face was now covered with blood. Lu Do gently held October Lee's hand and said, "In Qingzhou province, we're very particular about keeping accounts with our brothers. It's natural for us to repay our debts. You, October Lee, owe me 6 lives. Don't try to deny it. Even if you can't pay it back in this life, you'll have to pay it back in the next life. Therefore, let's continue to be brothers." Lee Hamlin's lips trembled, but he didn't cry out like Fong Hutu. He looked at this youngster who had once said that studying was even more unbearable than being stabbed, looked at the 2 scars left on his chest by the Northern Mang warblade, looked at this youngster who had once said that the fortune teller said that he would die in the 10th month. Lee Hamlin squeezed out a smile. He lowered his head and said softly to October Lee, "October, you used to say that there was a beautiful girl at home and that she was the best girl in the world. You also said that you wanted me to be your brother-in-law. But after you came to my house, you never mentioned it again. At that time, we went to Fong Hutu's house and also went to your house. After I met her, to be honest, your sisters looked her average. Compared to the women Lee Hamlin, had seen when I was drinking and debauchery, she was much worse. However, her personality was really good. I actually liked her very much. I believe that if I married her, she would definitely be a virtuous daughter-in-law. But when I thought of calling you brother-in-law, I couldn't open my mouth. I'm telling you now, don't think it's too late." October Lee slowly closed his eyes. Lee Hamlin rubbed his eyes and exhaled softly. He turned to Fong Hutu and said, "Hutu, accompany October Lee and send him back to Qingyuan Army Town." Fong Hutu wanted to say something, but Lu Do shook his head at him. Lee Hamlin and Lu Do exchanged for a Liangzhou horse. Lee Hamlin looked into the distance and said, "I'll make up for October Lee. You take over for Hutu?" Lu Do nodded silently. Lu Do suddenly said, "Hamlin, do you really like October Lee's sister?" Lee Hamlin smiled without hesitation and said, "I didn't say those words because of October Lee. I really like her. I fell in love with her at first sight. It's an unreasonable kind of love." Lu Do's eyes were gentle as he looked into the distance. "October Lee and Hutu only know that I'm from Qingzhou. But Hamlin, you should know more. You know that I was once a death warrior raised by Lu family in Qingzhou. I was also the retainer of King of Beiliang's concubine, Lu Qingyan." Lee Hamlin grunted and said, "The girl you like is also worthy of your love." "That's enough." Lu Do laughed for the first time and said, "She likes that person. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I, Lu Do, have you 3 as my friend in this life. That's enough." Lee Hamlin turned to look at Fong Hutu's horse gradually disappearing into the distance. He whispered, "October Lee is most afraid of ghosts. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Chapter 1779. This chapter can be considered an interlude, but it won't hinder the next chapter from continuing on with the dragons' writing battle. Recently, there's a book review competition, and I welcome everyone to participate. For example, you can write about the various endings of the characters in the snow. If it's written well, I can even directly move it into the book. In the third year of auspicious charm, in the spring breeze where peach blossoms were in full bloom, a middle-aged man rode an old donkey through Jiang'a and entered Western Shu. He pretended to carry a peach blossom in his hand, and the passers-by, especially the young ones, couldn't help but smile. Oh, it's another Jianghu person who admires the sword god Dong Tai. However, there were rumors in Jianghu that the peach blossom sword god was not only like a crane in a flock of chickens in the current Jianghu, but he was also very handsome. As for the appearance of the uncle in front of him, it was really a bit unpresentable. The ordinary-looking man leisurely rode the donkey and looked at the scenery of Shu. He walked and stopped and was not in a hurry. The reason he entered Shu was because he received a letter from his disciple in a familiar restaurant. The letter said that he liked a girl, and it was about time for him to talk about marriage. He wanted him, his master, to be the matchmaker. In the letter, his disciple reminded him many times not to go to Western Shu in a sloppy manner. Not to mention helping his disciple gain face, but after all, Jianghu people believe that like master, like disciple. If the master was not capable, how good could the disciple be? Therefore, master, you must tidy yourself up, or else the girl's family would not be at ease leaving their daughter in his hands. After the man received the letter, he was not as inattentive as before. He really put his heart into it. He borrowed 30 taels of silver from the manager of the restaurant and bought 2 sets of new clothes. Only then did he travel from the distant Jianzhou to Western Shu. The letter was sent half a year ago. Fortunately, the disciple knew that his master was always wandering around, so he pushed the date to half a year later. At the end of the letter, the disciple vowed that if he saw the letter late, it was fine. He, as the disciple, could wait patiently for his master. This man, who had used and forged swords before, but had never carried a sword, was hesitating on whether he should buy a sword and hang it on his waist. This was because his disciple's letter said that the girl he liked was from a wealthy family in Western Shu. Everyone in the gang, from the leader to the odd-job disciples, used swords. Even the names of the swords were very charming. The leader's sword was called Huazhu, and the chief consecrator's sword was called Mandrill, which was on the great weapon list. Even the outer disciples who were familiar with each other named their swords grandly. Most importantly, the leader's daughter, who was the girl his disciple liked, happened to have a sword named Peach Blossom. It was fate. When the middle-aged man arrived at Yi Province, he only needed to ask for directions in the provincial capital before he found the famous sect of Western Shu Path, the Sword Rain Pavilion. It was said that every time there was a grand occasion, all 300 swordsmen of the Sword Rain Pavilion would climb up the 6-story main building together and throw their swords out at the same time. The swords would fall like rain. Although the rain of swords, the pavilion was not well known in the entire Liang Lake. It was not as famous as the Spring Invitation Cottage that had a beauty critic. However, it was indeed one of the top sects in the territory of West Shu. There was a saying that the West Shu Sword Pavilion came out of the Rain Pavilion. Back in the days, the West Shu Sword Emperor, who later swore to guard the city gate in front of the Su family's cavalry, had gone to the main pavilion many times and personally commented on the sword skills of the outstanding disciples in the Sword Rain Pavilion. On the highest floor, there were portraits of the Jianghu sword grandmasters that were established by the sect. They were used to encourage the disciples to persevere and sharpen their sword hearts. For example, there was the great foam sword deity Ji Xinding, who was in the same generation as Gao Shilu, the great demon Lu Songtao from 100 years ago. In recent years, there were portraits of Jianjia Huang, Song Yinqing, Qi Jiajia, and Chai Qingshan. Of course, Li Chungang was a lofty mountain that all the swordsmen in the world could not avoid. The Sword Rain Pavilion especially admired this spring and autumn sword armor and hung his portrait in the middle of the hall, beside Lu Zhu. When the gatekeeper of the Sword Rain Pavilion heard that the guest from afar was looking for the young man, the old gatekeeper, who was already displeased with him for riding a donkey and hanging a peach branch, disliked him even more. In the old man's opinion, the young man was not bad. His sword skills were average, but his judgment was not bad. He was lucky enough to win the literary battle with the high officials. However, if he wanted to marry the only daughter of the Sword Rain Pavilion's master, who did not have a prominent family background or a solid cultivation base, what else could it be but a fool's dream? It was not that the master was purposely making things difficult for the young man from afar. The entire Western Shu Dao pugilistic world knew that their master had already said that he only had one daughter. As long as he did not ascend to the first grade, no one could become his son-in-law. After all, the old man was a kind person. When he heard that the middle-aged man had walked for thousands of miles, he told him the truth. He also pointed the way for the middle-aged man, saying that the young man shamelessly rented a small courtyard on a nearby street. Every few days, he would come to the Sword Rain Pavilion's entrance. At the end of last winter, there was a rare snowfall in western Shu. That young man used a broom to sweep the snow before dawn and almost got beaten up. It was snowing. This was a rare occurrence in western Shu. Everyone wanted to see the snow piled up like a mountain. In the end, when he swept the snow, many disciples who hurried out to admire the snow on the street were completely dumbfounded. The entire street was so clean that it made one's hair stand on end. When the gatekeeper said this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said angrily that even though the young man was a fool, he did not act like a hooligan in the streets. Otherwise, he would have beaten him up. The middle-aged man, who came from afar, listened to the old man's long-winded chatter. He held the donkey with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. The old man finally remembered to ask him about his relationship with a simple-minded young man. The man said that he was the young man's master. The old man grimaced in pain. His interest in the conversation vanished instantly. He quickly waved his hand and signaled the man to look for his disciple. As the sun set in the west, the old man looked at the back of the man who did not ride the donkey. His back gradually elongated on the street. The old man felt that this pair of master and disciple were both strange people. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not tell what was so strange about them. The middle-aged man led the old man, who was reluctant to ride the donkey, around and around. It was not easy for him to find a shabby courtyard in a shabby alley. He stood at the door and suddenly felt guilty. It turned out that his disciple had followed him everywhere for so many years. He did not ask for anything, so he did not gain anything. He knocked on the door. A young man who could no longer be called a young man walked out quickly. When he saw his master's familiar face, his face was filled with surprise. The middle-aged man was about to speak with a smile when his disciple went around him and hugged the old donkey's head. This made the middle-aged man, who thought too highly of himself, feel a little hurt. Only then did the middle-aged man realize that other than his disciple, there was also a young girl wearing a wooden hairpin and a cloth skirt. She was holding a water ladle and watering a small tree at the corner of the courtyard. When she saw the middle-aged man, she smiled shyly and was a little at a loss. The disciple and the old donkey who had depended on each other for many years talked about old times. He casually introduced the donkey to his master. "Master, this is Ah Chow. She is my neighbor here. She found this peach tree and planted it." Ah Chow's parents are also very easy to get along with. Their family opened a small porridge shop on the street. Ah Chow usually goes to the downtown market to sell flowers. She sells apricot flowers, peach blossoms, and orchids. "Master, if you go to Ah Chow's house, you can smell the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard." The middle-aged man listened to his disciples nagging and felt gratified for no reason. No wonder he always felt that something was missing when he traveled alone in Jianghu for a year after they parted. It turned out that he was not used to not having his disciples nagging. He took a few more glances at the thin young girl from a poor family. Her back was facing the pair of master and disciple, and her ears were red. He smiled and turned his head to ask, "Master has also called you here. When will you come?" The disciple suddenly looked sad and forced a smile. "Master, I'm sorry. I might have made you come for nothing." He frowned and asked gently, "What happened?" The disciple scratched his head and said awkwardly, "It's just that. Master, don't ask too much." He smiled and asked, "Was it that girl's parents, the owner of the Tingyu Tower, who broke up the couple? Did they look down on you because you were a wanderer, so they bullied you?" Unexpectedly, the disciple shook his head. "The owner of the Tingyu Tower did not only look down on me. He is infatuated with the sword and is a chivalrous person. He has a good reputation in the Western Ishu Dao martial arts world. In his eyes, only the young disciples of Jianghu, who are second-grade master, could be a good match for his daughter. It's just that the girl's mother and a few brothers were a little unreasonable. They said some unpleasant things and did some. In short, they did not want me to continue staying in this city." The middle-aged man smiled. "So you were afraid?" The disciple hurriedly said, "That's difficult. But later on, that girl's heart belonged to someone else. I cannot be shameless and pester her. Between a man and a woman, there should be mutual love. I still understand the principle." The girl with the wooden hairpin gathered her courage and said, "That group of people once." The young man quickly stopped the girl's complaint. The middle-aged man's expression was normal, but in an instant he grabbed his disciple's arm. "You don't have enough qi in your words. I thought you were not acclimatized in Western Shu, but it turns out that you have suffered internal injuries. 4 months ago, someone used a sword to stab your shanzhong, juk, and qi-hai acupoints. What good technique. It seems that the wound is not serious, but it actually injured your foundation. A swordsman of this level must be a well-known Jianghu person in Western Shu Dao. Tell me his name, and let me talk to him personally." The young man shook his head and said, "Master, forget it. I wanted to leave this place long ago, but I was afraid that you would not be able to find me in Western Shu, so I did not leave." After hearing this, the middle-aged man, who did not show any anger, suddenly became gloomy, as if his reverse scale had been touched. The middle-aged man, who had always been calm and collected, raised his voice slightly with a hint of blame. "We didn't tell them what your master's name is?" Chapter 1780. The young man was stunned. He lowered his head and said, "At that time, they came to me aggressively and wanted to kill me. I accidentally forgot." The middle-aged man snorted. "I think you don't want to say it." The young man smiled foolishly and said, "How embarrassing would it be if people knew that master found such a useless disciple? Besides, if I really don't have the face to say your name, who would believe me?" The middle-aged man was stunned. As an abandoned child, he had lost his family's protection when he was young. When he was young, he had to live alone in that eerie sword mountain. It could be said that he had experienced extreme hardships. After he walked out of the Wu family's sword tomb, no matter what he encountered, he turned a blind eye and watched with folded arms. In his opinion, since he had chosen to walk into Jianghu, life and death were fated. If he encountered injustice and was unable to voice it, he could not blame the heavens and blame others. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame himself for being inferior. That was why Wang Xianji from the martial emperor city said that this person's sword heart was naive. It was the best fit for heaven. It didn't matter whether he had a sword or not. He suddenly remembered many things. This disciple always complained that he didn't have the demeanor of a master and didn't have the demeanor of an immortal. He always told him to pay more attention to his style. He was always angry that his name was suppressed by someone. He wanted the whole Liang to know that his master was worthy of the title of #1 in the world. However, this young man seemed to have never thought of letting the world know that his master had taken in a disciple. He never thought of letting Jianghu know the name of that person's disciple. No one in Jianghu knew the name of the young man with the donkey. They didn't even know the name of the disciple of the peach blossom sword god. Since he took in this disciple, the two of them walked in Jianghu together. When they saw injustice on the road, he had to help because of his disciple. Every time he saved someone and was about to leave impatiently, his disciple would dawdle and say to the person he saved with a smile, "My master is the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. Don't forget, your master is the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai." "Then who is my disciple, Dong Tai?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at the young face with some stubble. He then turned to the flower girl and said with a smile, "Little girl, my name is Dong Tai. My disciple is Li Huanyang." The confused girl said with a red face, "Uncle Deng, I know Brother Li's name." Dong Tai asked himself and said sadly in a voice that only he could hear, "But this son of a B** in Jianghu doesn't know." That day, in the twilight, Dong Tai and his disciple Li Huanyang went to the girl Akao's house as guests. Dong Tai even took the initiative to pick a few gifts under his disciple's shocked gaze. They were not too expensive, but in the eyes of a small family, they were items that would give them face. This made the girl's parents beam with joy, especially when they heard that this man was Li Huanyang's only elder in this world. They couldn't stop smiling. The girl became more and more shy. Dong Tai's disciple was a little slow to realize, but after understanding the meaning and thinking about how they had been together for half a year, he felt that the conditions were right. He didn't think that his master was randomly setting up a couple. Dong Tai, who rarely drank, and Akao's father drank more than 2 liters of wine each. Dong Tai decided to get straight to the point and frankly said that his disciple had a pure and kind personality. Although he was half a Jianghu person like him, he had never thought of making a name for himself in Jianghu. He was a young man who lived a stable life. The girl's parents, who originally had some concerns, were completely relieved after hearing this. That night, Dong Tai, who reeked of alcohol, walked slowly in an alley with his disciple Li Huanyang. Dong Tai suddenly said, "Buying a pig to look after the pen, getting a daughter-in-law to look after the mother. For what you said, the girl from Tingyu House is obviously not suitable for you. Akao, on the other hand, is a girl who can accompany you for the rest of your life." Li Huanyang laughed. Dong Tai patted his disciple's shoulder and said without any reason, "Master has never done anything for you in his life." Li Huanyang wanted to say something but stopped. Dong Tai waved his hand and interrupted what his disciple wanted to say. He continued, "It's your business whether you want to or not. I don't care. Since you are most likely going to settle down in Shishu, I have to try my best to prevent this place from falling into turmoil and chaos. In addition, I originally wanted to go to Bailiang. You don't have to worry. In today's world, whether it is Liang, Taiyan City, or the border of Liangmang, as long as I want to go, no one can stop me." The young man whispered, "Master, if I get married and start a family, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to travel Jianghu with you in the future." Dong Tai smiled and said, "In the future, I will often come to Shishu to visit you." The young man hesitated and asked, "Master, I'm not like Su Fingyan. I'm sorry that I can't let you have a disciple who won't disgrace your reputation." Dong Tai shook his head seriously and said, "You're wrong. It's already the best to have you as my disciple. Liang Jianghu has Chao Chongqing and Su Fingyan. Of course it's good, but I, Dong Tai, have a disciple like you. It's the best. If someone wants you to live a bad life, it's very simple. They have to ask me, your master, if I agree." In Izhou of Shishu, peach blossoms were still smiling in the spring breeze. The inconspicuous middle-aged man came back without a donkey or a sword. He came to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. On this day, the Sword Rain Tower was hosting a banquet. The master of Izhou personally came to visit with his beloved son, hoping that the two families could tie the knot. In order to show the solemnity of the Sword Rain Tower, the tower master Zhang Yun gathered his disciples and went up to the main building. They all took off their swords, and the swords fell like raindrops. This was an eye-opener for the master of Izhou and the deputy general of Izhou, who were standing at the edge of the square. The whole city of Izhou knew that the master of Izhou had attached himself to the white-clothed king of Shu. The master of Izhou's position was equivalent to that of a small provincial governor. Now that the provincial governor, who came from a local power, had become a mere figurehead, it was only a matter of time before he became the #1 civil official in Izhou. Therefore, the wanderer who caused a commotion in the city previously became an obstacle to the marriage made in heaven of Izhou. No one thought that Zhang Yun's beloved daughter had fallen in love with the master of Izhou. They all thought that from the beginning to the end, it was the wanderer who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was the young man who had lost his mind and wanted to eat swan meat. When the middle-aged man arrived at the square at the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower, he saw the tower master, Zhang Yun, leading his wife and son to welcome him. They were walking towards the group of Yizhou's influential officials. Among them, there was a beautiful young woman standing beside a handsome young man who was wearing a brocade robe. She was smiling like a flower. While the Sword Rain Tower was holding a grand occasion, a young man was accompanying a young woman as they walked through the streets and alleys. They were selling apricot flowers and peach blossoms loudly. They only earned 1 copper coin for each flower. The middle-aged man recalled the conversation between the master and disciple last night in the small courtyard. At the end of the conversation, his disciple told him not to be calculative with the Sword Rain Tower. At that time, he nodded in agreement. His disciple did not believe him and repeated his words. He laughed and said that if his disciple was so easy to talk to, how bad could he be as his master? In fact, Dong Tai did not say that his master had never been easy to talk to. He was like this to the Wu family sword tomb and also to the Jianghu. Therefore, having such a meddlesome and soft-hearted disciple was Dong Tai's greatest trouble in his life, other than his success in swordsmanship. It was also his greatest pride. Dong Tai smiled to himself. Just now, he was stopped by the old gatekeeper. When the old gatekeeper heard that he was going to challenge the Sword Rain Tower, the old gatekeeper put on a funny and annoyed expression and asked him, "Since we're going to spar with swords, where's your sword?" Dong Tai did not answer. His figure flashed, and he arrived at the Sword Rain Tower. Dong Tai raised his head and looked at the main building. There was a golden horizontal board with the words, "The World's First Sword Rain," written by the Sword Emperor of Western Shu in the early years. Under the spring sunlight, the horizontal board shone brightly. The people of the Sword Rain Tower who first noticed the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man was not Zhang Yun, the Grand Master of Swordsmanship who was known as the Three-Cheese Tongxian in the Western Shu Wuling, nor was it one of the elders who had outstanding swordsmanship. Instead, it was a few disciples who were looking around in boredom. Most of these people were interested in the daughter of the Tower Master, but they knew that there was a world of difference between them. They were ashamed of their inferiority in front of the son of the Tower Master of Yizhou. When they thought that the girl was about to fall into the arms of another man, they did not want to see it. Then, they saw the man in coarse clothes who did not carry a sword and did not have an imposing manner. However, they did not pay much attention to him. Although the Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu was not as famous as the Dongyue Sword Pool and Nanjiang Dragon Palace, it was still the leader of state. The Tower Master, Zhang Yun, was one of the top 10 masters in Western Shu. When he was young, he was a genius swordsman who was favored by the previous owner of the Spring Invitation Cottage, Xielingzhen. Although he had not reached the first grade yet, the entire Western Shu Wuling Jianghu believed that Zhang Yun was one of the most promising people to reach the legendary realm. Although a second-grade master had the word little in it, it was enough to establish a sect in the Liang state. Those first-grade masters were usually elusive and did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. It was even harder for ordinary people in the Jianghu to get close to them. Therefore, in the real Liang Jianghu, the most famous people were the martial Dao masters who could be seen and touched like Zhang Yun. They were the masters of the Jianghu who would show up every now and then. If one did not boast that he had drunk wine with those martial Dao masters, no matter how much he boasted, no one would believe him. This was because not only was Zhang Yun's cultivation base extremely high, but he also had a human aura and was down to earth in the way he did things. If it was said that he was fortunate enough to have met the famous house master of the Sword Rain Pavilion, then it would be able to shock others and cause them to be skeptical. A loud explosion rang out, causing the hearts of everyone in the Reigning Swords Tower to tremble. The horizontal board that was personally given by the old Western Shu imperial uncle split into two and fell to the ground. Chapter 1781. Everyone looked at each other, feeling incredulous. That board with a prominent origin was made of the first-grade Nama wood. It should not be so fragile. Moreover, this board had only been hanging for 30 years. How could it be broken in the middle like it was split by a sword? Everyone looked around and finally focused their eyes on the middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. Even Zhang Yun, a second-level Supreme Power Master, could not find any clues. Could this man be the culprit who destroyed the invaluable plaque? The leader of the Sword Rain Tower, Zhang Yun, was one of the few famous masters in Western Shu. He was also an experienced veteran. He admitted that even if he held a sword, he would not be able to break a board from 300 to 400 steps away. Regardless of how domineering and arrogant the arrival of such a person was, he was still not someone the Reigning Sword Pavilion could easily deal with. The reason why the Wu family's sword tomb had been in the top 3 of the Jianghu sect for hundreds of years was because it was said that even a child in the sword tomb could control a sword and fly away like a butterfly. This in itself meant that it was not easy to produce sword energy. How could a sword energy not be weakened after a few hundred steps and still be able to break such a huge board? One of the worshippers hurriedly flew away. He stood at the entrance of the main building and looked carefully. He then flew back to Zhang Yun's side and whispered with a pale face. Zhang Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was caused by the sword energy. Furthermore, after the sword chi broke through the signboard, it also split apart the main building. There was a saying in the Liang Jianghu. Ever since Su Mao, a relative of the emperor, died outside the imperial city and Huang Jinda died at the Donghai city, there were no more capable swordsmen in Western Shu. This also showed the predicament of the Western Shu martial arts circle. Especially after Xiaolingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage died for no reason at the Quicksnow Mountain Villa, her successor, Yinji Beauty Xie, only used her beauty to amaze people and did not use her martial arts to convince people. Therefore, people thought that there were no grandmasters in the Shu martial arts circle. The middle-aged man walked forward slowly and stopped when he was 30 to 40 steps away from Zhang Yun. He finally said, "My disciple has already explained the reason. If you don't listen, then I don't need to reason with you today." Zhang Yun wanted to cry, but had no tears. "How would I know who your disciple is? You are the disciple of a divine connection sword grandmaster. Our reigning swords pavilion can't wait to worship him like a bodhisattva. How can you not listen to reason with us?" Zhang Yun's mind raced. Judging from the man's appearance, he looked to be in his 30s or 40s and had a grudge against the Sword Rain Tower, so he was most likely not from Western Shu's Jianghu. Otherwise, he would at least show some respect to Zhang Yun. However, the Sword Rain Tower's influence had always been limited to Western Shu's territory. Their disciples were considered introverted in their actions, and they rarely made any enemies in the Jianghu. Even the few outstanding disciples who were ordered to leave Western Shu and travel the Jianghu to spread the name of the Sword Rain Tower had never had any great grudges with the major sects in Liang. To be honest, if they really wanted to offend those top grandmasters in Liang, the Sword Rain Tower's disciples would need to have the ability to do so, right? At the same time, Zhang Yun was puzzled. The man in front of him did not have any obvious chi activity, and he did not have any momentum at all. He did not seem like the person who would make a move. Could it be that there was a real, unworldly expert hiding in the dark? The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the people from the Sword Rain Tower. He saw the young lady who wished for the world to be in chaos and the woman who looked 60 to 70% similar to her. Her expression was gloomy, as if she was weighing the pros and cons. She was hesitating whether she should use the government's influence to intimidate the enemy. The few consecrators from the Sword Rain Tower looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Obviously, they knew the severity of the situation better than the woman. There were some things that the government could suppress, but there were some things that they might not be able to suppress. Zhang Yun had a scholarly appearance. He had the famous Western Shu sword, Huotizhu, by his waist. It was extremely rare for him to perform the etiquette of a junior. He bowed respectfully and said, "May I know who your disciple is, senior? If my Sword Rain Tower has indeed offended your disciple, I, Zhang Yun, will definitely give you an explanation." The middle-aged man didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at the group of people and asked, "Who's the one holding the mountain elf?" The provincial general, who was sitting in a high position and had a fat body, narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, "Today is a big day for me and Brother Zhang's families. I didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a thing in a provincial city. You've really opened my eyes." The deputy general of E Provincial, who had thousands of troops under his command, sneered and said, "Who dares to violate the law in my territory?" Zhang Yun was relieved when he saw the two officials of E Provincial General's attitude. However, he still wanted to keep the peace. After bowing, he straightened his back and stared at the uninvited guest in front of him. "Senior, could it be that the chief consecrator of my sword Rain Tower, Hu Dachuan, had a misunderstanding with your disciple?" The middle-aged man ignored the two officials of Western Shu and the Sword Rain Tower's Tower Lord, who was pretending to be humble. Instead, he looked at the swordsman who had gone to the main building to look at the signboard. He was dressed in white, had white hair and a white beard. Even the scabbard of his sword was snow white. He looked very sage-like. He asked, "Are you the one who attacked my disciple 3 times?" This Western Shu Sword Dao Grandmaster, whose swordsmanship was not inferior to Zhang Yun's, looked calm and composed. However, he did not answer the question. It was unknown whether he was unwilling or afraid. However, after the middle-aged man asked this question, the expressions of the mother, daughter, and handsome young master changed slightly. The woman's gaze became even more vicious. The young woman pursed her lips, and the young man, subconsciously, took a step back. The middle-aged man said calmly, "A sword for a sword." Just as the white-haired consecrator with the mandrel was about to grab the sword hilt, his chest exploded and blood splattered everywhere. However, after this silent sword killed him, scarlet blood splattered out of Zhang Dachuan's juk and sea of chi acupoints. Zhang Dachuan, who did not even manage to grab the sword hilt, fell backward, let alone unsheathing it. One sword was enough to kill someone. However, he said that he would return 3 swords. In everyone's eyes, the middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. Zhang Yun was even more certain that this person did not have any chi ripples at all. Zhang Yun, whose hands and feet were cold, could not care less about his bearing as a grandmaster. He raised his head and looked around as if he was trying to find the peerless expert hiding behind the scenes. There was a hint of unconcealable fear in his voice. Junior Zhang Yun of the Sword Rain House sincerely requests Senior to come out and have a chat. Junior is willing to sincerely apologize. The middle-aged man turned to look at the 2 senior officials of E Province. "I don't know what kind of officials you are, but today, even if Chun Jibao is standing here, he can't stop me from killing someone. If you don't believe me, then bring your troops here. Whether it's thousands or tens of thousands, I can wait for you. If you don't call for reinforcements, I'll kill you right now. If you do, I'll still kill you. Remember, don't try to reason with me before you die." Of course, the world did not know that even Xie Guanying, the mastermind behind Chun Jibao's capture of the Flood Dragon, was killed by him. The woman sneered and said, "How arrogant. You don't even respect our king of Shu. My grandfather and the Western Shu Dao administrator are best friends." The middle-aged man interrupted the woman. "Then invite your grandfather and the Western Shu Dao administrator to the Sword Rain House. I'll wait for them. If they don't come, I'll just go and kill them." The woman was about to say something ruthless, but her husband, Zhang Yun, who had never said anything harsh since he got married, roared angrily, "Shut your mouth." The trembling Sword Rain House lord looked at the middle-aged man and asked bitterly, "May I ask if Senior is from the Wu Clan Sword Tomb or the Danyue Sword Pool?" Before the middle-aged man could make a move, the dumbstruck E-Province official fell backward and died on the spot. The middle-aged man's tone was still indifferent. "I'm somewhat related to the Wu Clan, but not the Danyue Sword Pool." The deputy general of E-Province said in horror, "Did you really kill E-Province's official?" The middle-aged man made a joke that wasn't funny at all. "If you think it's fake, fine. But let me remind you, if you don't call for reinforcements, you'll die soon." Then, the general made an even bigger joke with a sobbing tone. He said in a trembling voice, "Hero, we don't have any grievances. Hero, you can't kill the innocent. This has nothing to do with me, and I won't care anymore. Hero, you can kill whoever you want in province. If you don't want to do it yourself, I'll help you. Is that okay?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything. After he left the Wu Clan Sword Tomb, he actually didn't like Jiang Hu. However, His disciple liked it very much, so he was willing to treat Jianghu people and Jianghu with respect. Therefore, among the 4 grandmasters of martial arts evaluation, only he, Dong Tai, Chao Changqing from Westchu, Su Finyan from Beiliang, and Tuoba from Beimang, Dong Tai was truly free and unfettered. Therefore, he didn't care if Jianghu people caused trouble for him. However, if he, Dong Tai, wanted to cause trouble for the people of the world, no one could escape from him. Therefore, Xia Feining, who was ranked first on the immortal leaderboard of continental dynasties, had hidden for thousands of miles from Great Peace City in the north to the coast of the South Sea. However, he still couldn't escape death under his sword. At this moment, another 2 Sword Rain Towers consecrators, who had the intention to kill, fell dead on the ground. Zhang Yun, who was at a loss, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him whose name he still did not know, and said with great sorrow, "Senior, I, Zhang Yun, do not know what happened, but Zhang Dachuan's descendants did not deserve to die." The deputy general of Yi province suddenly came to his senses and ran away. He wanted to run as far as he could after leaving Yi province. No matter how much money he had to spend or how many connections he had to use, he had to seek refuge in the king of Shu's residence. The middle-aged man didn't even look at the Shu general who was running away. He glanced at the Sword Rain Pavilion's leader and said, "I've said that I'm not here to reason with you." Zhang Yun, who was in despair, asked, "Senior, are you really not afraid of becoming enemies with the Western Shu government and the entire Western Shu martial arts world?" The middle-aged man who killed people as he pleased smiled and said, "If Chun Ji Bao was here, he definitely wouldn't say such a thing." Zhang Yun smiled bitterly and held the hilt of his fiery candle sword. "I know that I'm not Senior's opponent, but whether it's for the Sword Rain Pavilion's hundreds of years of reputation or for the lives of my wife and child, I have to be brave enough to fight Senior." Chapter 1782. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I won't kill you today. My disciple said that you, Zhang Yun, are a kind and chivalrous person. Based on this, you don't have to die." The handsome young master knelt on the ground and wailed at the corpse of his father in Yi province. "You lunatic, why did you kill my father? You will die a horrible death." When Zhang Yun's daughter saw the miserable state of her beloved man, she was also weeping. She squatted down and wanted to comfort him, but was pushed away by the young man. "Get lost. It's all because of you, you jinx. My father died because of you. If it weren't for you and your mother's instigation, why would I, the son of Yi province, make things difficult for that nobody time and time again? Why would I use my official position to ask Zhang Dachuan to hurt him?" Zhang Yun looked as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around with a wooden expression and looked at his wife and daughter. He asked expressionlessly, "Tell me what happened. Since we're already in this state, you should at least let me know the reason for my death." The charming woman no longer had her usual graceful bearing. Her expression was ferocious and terrifying. She said sternly, "Zhang Yun, how would I know that the master of that poor boy is so powerful? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that young man with the surname Li for pretending to be a fool. If he didn't hide his identity and tease us, why would I deliberately stop him from marrying our daughter? Now I only regret that I didn't ask that old trash Zhang Dachuan to kill him." Zhang Yun looked at his crazy wife with disgust. He turned around again and said, "Senior, can I exchange my death for the lives of those unrelated to the Sword Raining Tower?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said no. Zhang Yun's lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. The middle-aged man said again, "Don't worry. I came here today only to kill Zhang Dachuan. Now, I'm only here to kill the one on the ground and the Yi province deputy general who escaped from the Sword Raining Tower. As for the other dead people, since they wanted to kill me, they have to pay the price for having such thoughts. Although in my opinion, your wife and daughter deserve to die, my disciple never had such thoughts. I won't let him feel guilty." Zhang Yun couldn't understand this person's thoughts. It was just like how every time he went up the building and looked at the pictures of the sword immortals of the past, he never understood why the same sword in their hands could be so powerful that it could shake the earth and mountains. However, the middle-aged man continued, From today onwards, your sword rain house shouldn't be open for business anymore. What do you mean by the rain of swords is a great spectacle? That is an insult to the swords in your hands. I believe that any sword in the world, as long as it is in the hands of a true swordsman, will disdain to be associated with other people's swords. Li Chuangong's wooden horse and ox are the same. Therefore, if the people who hung the portraits on the top floor were still alive, they would probably have laughed themselves to death. When a sword is in its sheath, it will only cry out for injustice. When the sword is unsheathed, it must have a clear conscience. How can it be used for outsiders to admire the scenery and applaud? Zhang Yun smiled miserably, and then his gaze became firm as he said in a low voice, "What Senior said makes a lot of sense. However, the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion is the result of the painstaking efforts of my Zhang clan's ancestors for a few hundred years after all. Thus, Zhang Yun can die today while the pavilion doesn't exist, but Zhang Yun can't live on while the pavilion doesn't exist." This was the first time the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yun seriously. Zhang Yun held the fiery candle sword tightly, and there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. My Zhang clan sword rain house once had ancestor Lu riding a crane. Sword sovereign Su Xiu once commented on the swordsman of the world, and sword godly Chun Gang was here to give pointers to my grandfather's swordsmanship. If I, Zhang Yun, retreat today, then the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion will really perish. Zhang Ningjing, Zhang Ziyuan, Zhang Danbua, Zhang Mingji. The four of you remember, after my death, the people of the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion can die, and the signboard can fall, but the words Rainstorm Sword Pavilion must not disappear. It must not be humiliated. Zhang Yun pulled out the fiery candle sword and welcomed death with a smile. Before I die, I would like to thank Senior for allowing me to pull out the sword. As for Senior's disciple, that young man called Li Huanyan, I, Zhang Yun, would like to say a few words from the bottom of my heart before I die. In fact, I have a good impression of Li Huanyan, not because his aptitude is not outstanding, but because his understanding of swordsmanship is extremely high. It is because when I saw this young man, I was reminded of my own high-spirited youth, and I was willing to disregard everything for the person I admired. My original intention was to let him suffer a few more rejections, just like how I suffered when I was young. However, for some reason, my daughter suddenly changed her mind. At that time, I felt a little regretful, but I didn't think too much about it. Zhang Yun then turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes and said gently, "You weren't like this in the past." The woman was at a loss. The middle-aged man no longer had his hands behind his back. He looked at the house master of the Sword Rain Tower who was holding the sword in his hand and smiled. "Go ahead and attack. I know what I'm doing. I'll let you die when your strength is exhausted." The Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu claimed to have collected more than 1,000 exquisite sword moves in the world. In fact, most of the sword moves were the moves of the house masters and the outstanding disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. They were not considered outstanding in the world, but they were the foundation that had been accumulated for hundreds of years. Some of the moves were indeed first-class swordsmanship. It was a pity that Zhang Yun also knew that many of the sword moves were exquisite, but he did not know the true meaning behind them. After all, there were too many sword masters who had their own merits, and their sword wills were scattered and mixed. There were even some contradictions between them. Zhang Yun had not reached the realm of returning to one's original state. The middle-aged man had one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out. Zhang Yun's sword moves were magnificent. Sometimes it was majestic like the sun rising from the east. Sometimes it was soft and continuous like the rain in Jiangnan. Sometimes it was thick and heavy like the snow in midwinter. And sometimes it was light and ethereal like a sparrow flying on a branch. What was even rarer was that Zhang Yun's sword wills were tightly connected and did not appear abrupt or stiff. The first sentence of the Sword Rain Tower's motto was clear. The sunrise of Kunlun, the bright moon of Songhai, the water of the spring god lake, the great tide of Guangling, the haze of Crimson City, the flying snow of Liao Liao, the yellow sand of the great desert, and various other wonders all contained sword wills that merged into one. The end of the way of the sword. However, No matter how Zhang Yun attacked, the middle-aged man would gently flick the tip of the candlestick's sword away with his finger. Therefore, every time the sword vibrated, it meant that Zhang Yun's exquisite sword wills were stopped abruptly. This absurd scene was like a distinguished scholar reciting a famous poem from the ancient times, but he was interrupted by a vulgar villager with the word fart. In the square, only the rainbow-like sword chi could be seen. Zhang Yun and his sword were indistinct. Only the middle-aged man stood in the same place, casually flicking his two fingers. Even the odd-job disciples of the Sword Rain Tower, who were laymen, knew that the difference in their attainments in the way of the sword was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Their master or grandmaster, Zhang Yun of the Sword Rain Tower in Western Shu, was one of the 10 grandmasters of the Western Shu Dao. Even Lu Yuwei, who was the chief consecrator of the Spring Invitation Cottage, did not dare to say that she could defeat Zhang Yun, who was attacking with all his might, with just 2 fingers, let alone when his body was as immovable as a mountain. The appearance of this middle-aged man not only shocked everyone with his mysterious cultivation base, which was akin to that of an immortal on the land, but also unknowingly opened up a grand and magnificent martial arts picture scroll for many disciples of the Sword Rain Tower who wanted to reach the peak of the Way of the Sword. Everyone present had complicated feelings. Who could turn the tide when the Sword Rain Tower encountered such a powerful enemy? It was destined that they would not be able to avenge themselves today, but would they really be able to in 10 or 20 years? Just as Zhang Yun's sword momentum was weakening, the Sword Rain Tower's master knew that he was going to die. However, Zhang Yun did not feel too indignant. He only felt that after displaying all his skills to his heart's content, it was only a matter of flicking his fingers. He felt that he had let his ancestor down. He had gone through untold hardships to get what he wanted, but at this moment, his sword heart had reached a clear state. He no longer had any regrets. Master, don't kill people. Killing people is against the law. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from afar. The familiar voice fell into the ears of the disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. In the past, they only felt that it was laughable and disgusting. Now, it was no different from the sound of nature. As for the content of the words, no one found it funny anymore. The middle-aged man flicked Zhang Yun and his sword away with 2 fingers, forcing Zhang Yun to retreat dozens of steps. He turned his head and laughed angrily at his disciple who rushed over. Since when is killing not against the law? The young man ran to his side and said softly, "Let's not talk about whether it's against the law first. You killed people in front of so many people. If word gets out, it won't sound good. The Peach Blossom Sword God killed people in Western Shu's Sword Rain Tower. It will damage your reputation." The old gatekeeper who ran to the streets to look for the young man did not know that he had saved the Sword Rain Tower's life. The middle-aged man said helplessly, "Since when have I cared about my reputation?" The young man said confidently, "As your disciple, I care. I care very much." The middle-aged man laughed it off. Zhang Yun, who was drenched in sweat, kept his sword back into its sheath. He cupped his fists and smiled sincerely. He bowed deeply and said, "I already know your identity. Because of you, the Sword Rain Tower's name has been removed from Western Shu. Zhang Yun has no regrets in this life. The Sword Rain Tower has no regrets." As soon as these words were spoken, all of the Reigning Sword's pavilion's guest elders and disciples, including Zhang Yun, were shocked. In the Jianghu, a person's reputation was extremely important to all righteous people. As for the reputation of the sect that they belonged to, it was even more important. Zhang Yun's shocking statement implied that the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him was like the Wu family's master who used the sword tomb's prestige to talk about flying swords, or Chai Qingshan, who represented the Dongyue sword pool, to talk about forging swords. Otherwise, no matter how high this person's martial cultivation was, no matter how much he regarded everyone as ants, Zhang Yun, who had the intention of sacrificing himself for the sword, would not have taken the initiative to say such a thing. The middle-aged man did not show any change in his expression. He accepted it calmly, or more accurately, he completely ignored it. Chapter 1783. The girl who had been pushed away by the province guest was now nestled in her mother's arms, looking delicate and pitiful. After seeing the foreign wanderer who had sworn an oath of undying love with her in private, her timid face had a natural charm that made people want to take pity on her. She took a few steps forward and gazed affectionately at the young man who had been abandoned by her after her mother had bewitched him. Softly, she said, "Nian Xiang, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I have never forgotten you. It's just that at home." Li Shinyang turned his head and looked at the girl who he had asked to stay in the distance. She was holding the bamboo flower basket and looking up. The apricot flowers in the basket had been sold out, but there were still a few peach blossoms left. He smiled and turned his head. He stopped smiling and glanced at the girl from the Sword Rain Tower without saying a word. The middle-aged man asked, "Have you finally given up?" The young man grunted and nodded his head vigorously. The young man seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise, "Master, you didn't trick me on purpose, did you?" The middle-aged man was indifferent. The young man walked to his side and said gloomily, "Master, I didn't think you were cunning before. If you had been so cunning earlier, your reputation in Jianghu would have surpassed that of Wang Xianji and Chao Chongqing, not to mention that Su Fengyan." The middle-aged man said lazily, "Your matter is done. I still have a small matter to deal with. There is a deputy general of province to kill. However, no matter how good he is at escaping, he can't beat that guy named Xie." Then he glanced at Zhang Yun, who was respectful as if he had seen the reincarnation of his ancestor. He hesitated for a moment and said, "People who practice swordsmanship shouldn't focus on victory and defeat and neglect life and death. A dead man can't pick up a 3-foot sword. Well, one last thing, your swordsmanship is passable and your sword was not bad. At least you let me know one thing. After Su Xiu and Huang Jintu, there are still swords in Western Shu. Therefore, the Sword Rain Tower will continue to operate. However, today's matter is limited to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. If your grudges involve the outside world in the future, I won't be so polite the next time I visit." Zhang Yun was relieved and grateful. He once again cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. The master and disciple turned around and left. "Master, the last few sentences you said really have the demeanor of a great master. Did you learn it from someone when you went on a long journey?" "Master, if you have a conflict with someone in the future, just follow this pattern of speech. You can't go wrong. Master, let's settle accounts clearly between master and disciple. You can't just leave like that just because you put on the airs of a master. You can't just ignore my future living in Ijo City. I'm going to live here for a long time. Akao's family is poor, and my swordsmanship is not good enough. You just said yesterday that you want me to live a stable life. I don't want you to pay for the money or the betrothal gifts. You can't leave a mess for me in Akao. Shut up. Take care of that stubborn donkey yourself. Haha, today's sun is not bad." He watched as the master and disciple walked further and further away after meeting the flower girl. Zhang Yin had mixed feelings. Wang Xianlin, the eldest disciple of the Reigning Swords Pavilion, who was once praised by Xielingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage as a late bloomer in 20 years, came to his master and asked carefully, "Master, is this senior also a swordsman?" Zhang Yin did not answer his eldest disciple's question. He stared at the door in a daze. After a long time, he smiled and asked, "Last year, you bunch of hotheads were discussing that we must find an auspicious day to hang the portrait of the peach blossom sword god on the top floor. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted that we hang the portrait between Ancestor Lu and Li Chungang. Have you picked a day?" Wang Xianlin asked curiously. "But doesn't our Reigning Swords Pavilion have the unshakable rule of our ancestors that only those peerless Sword Dao grandmasters are allowed to hang their portraits in our pavilion after they pass away?" Zhang Yun muttered to himself. Because of his parting words, there are still swords in Western Shu. I want to hang his portrait even if my ancestors scolded me for being an unfilial descendant. Moreover, what's wrong with making an exception for the peach blossom sword god, who almost became in-laws with the Reigning Swords Pavilion? Wang Xianlin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Zhang Yun said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Reigning Swords Pavilion, draw your swords." Use the Tai style. Finally, Zhang Yin looked at the door and said loudly, 324 disciples of the Reigning Swords Pavilion of Western Shu, send off the Peach Blossom Sword God with the 3-foot sword in your hands. The woman was stunned and murmured, the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai. So you are Dong Tai. The young woman's face was filled with tears of regret. Why? Why are you his disciple? Outside the Reigning Swords Pavilion, the innocent flower girl tugged at Li Huanyan's sleeve and asked curiously, is the Peach Blossom Sword God they are talking about? Li Huanyan held back his laughter and curled his lips. The girl looked at Uncle Deng, who was walking in front of them. He was the middle-aged man who walked into the courtyard with the donkey yesterday. She smiled happily and said, Brother Li, this title sounds amazing. I've heard some storytellers say that those heroes' titles are not as good as Uncle Deng's. Dong Tai turned around and picked up a peach blossom from the girl's basket. He smiled and said, how powerful do you think a guy whose disciple was beaten to the point that he had to lie in bed for 2 to 3 months can be? So this Peach Blossom Sword God only sounds amazing. The girl glanced at the young man with a smile on her face. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, 1 copper coin per flower. The middle-aged man said shamelessly, I don't have money. I owe you. The girl suddenly blushed. Uncle Deng, the middle-aged man, seemed to have guessed what the girl was thinking. He smiled and shook his head at her. Then he picked up the peach blossom with his mouth and put his hands behind his head. He turned around and said gently, I, Dong Tai's disciple, have already married the best woman in the world. The girl was embarrassed. However, after hearing Uncle Deng's words, she, who had never dared to hope that she and Brother Li would become husband and wife, felt less nervous. She also thought that such an easygoing peach blossom sword god and such an easygoing elder should not be a famous Jianghu hero, right? The girl suddenly felt that she had wronged Brother Li and Uncle Deng by thinking this way. She secretly stuck out her tongue. In the spring of this year, as Li Huanyan's master, Deng Tai, could be considered half-in-laws to Ah Chao's parents. He worked as a waiter in their family shop, greeting customers and sending off customers. He saved up less than 10 taels of silver. Before leaving Western Shuzhizhou for Northern Liang Pass, he shamelessly borrowed 20 taels of silver from his disciple and used the money to buy an ordinary iron sword. On the way to Liang, the Peach Blossom Sword God Dong Tai, who had pulled out his first sword from the sword tomb when he was young, walked with a sword at his waist for the first time in his life. At the end of the second year of Xiangfu, Mount Hui Nyogong, it was snowing heavily on the Great Snow Plateau. In the twilight, a woman in purple walked alone out of the moonless house, which had become the holy land of the martial arts world. She held an ordinary bamboo handle oil paper umbrella and walked alone in the wind and snow. Mount Hui was full of visitors and tourists all year round. Even this late snowfall did not stop them from climbing the mountain. However, after the woman in purple walked out of the building, the chief guest of Mount Hui, Huang Fengfua, immediately informed the servants that today there would be a checkpoint at the entrance of the Great Snow Field. No matter if it was an outsider or a native of the Great Snow Field, no one was allowed to get close to the Great Snow Field. No one was allowed to get close to the mountain lord of Mount Hui, who suddenly had the interest to enjoy the snow. In today's Mount Hui, as the lady of Mount Hui, Xianyuan Qingfeng had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Huang Fengfua, who had been an elder for 2 dynasties, could be said to have great power in his hands. His martial arts cultivation also showed signs of rising from finger xian to celestial phenomenon. This step was really like a traveler crossing the natural mode, like a scholar passing the top 3. In these 2 years, Mount Hui was like the sun in the sky on the lake of Liang. Chao Chongqing was already dead, Dong Tai was nowhere to be found, and Su Fengyin was far away in the northwest. In recent years, the top 10 masters of Liang were evaluated by busybodies. Qi Jiajia and Chai Qingshan, who were equally famous as Xianyuan Qingfeng, were few and far from being as dazzling as Mount Huizi. There were even admirers who praised this chief of Wulin as the Grandmaster of Rouge. Not only was she a beauty who could enter the rankings, but she was also a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire world, only the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi, who was rumored to have died for her country, could be compared to her. Now that Jiangxi was dead, the entire Jianghu seemed to feel lonely for Xianyuan Qingfeng. It was as lonely as the spectacular snow scene on the Great Snow Field today. The heavy snow was flying and covering the sky, but she was the only one enjoying it. She stopped at the edge of the Great Snow Field and looked into the distance. Her small oil paper umbrella was covered with white snow. It was as if a beauty's hair had turned white. At this moment, a person stealthily appeared on the Great Snow Field. Huang Fangfua, who was standing on the second floor of the Moonless Tavern and staring at the figure in purple, suddenly became gloomy. He was about to float out of the tavern and throw the guy who dared to cross the Thunder Pool into the river outside the Great Snow Field to feed the fish. However, this deeply shrewd chief foreign minister of Mount Hui was shocked. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng did not make a sound, and the beauty was still standing alone in the wind and snow, Huang Fangfua felt an aura rushing towards him, stopping him from making a move. Yes, it was an aura, not just an aura. Huang Fangfua respectfully took a step back to show that he understood. Huang Fangfua was puzzled. He was no stranger to that uninvited guest. He was an insignificant person who always liked to brag to others that he and the king of Bailiang, Su Fingnian, had traveled to Jianghu together, had eaten and drunk together, had taken a boat together, and had gone to the Snow Mountain Villa together. He also said that the two of them were good friends who called each other brothers. Chapter 1784. Of course, Huang Fangfo did not believe in this absurd theory. He only believed that the two people who were as different as clouds and mud were just strangers who met by chance. The young king would not take it seriously, but the young man on the snow plateau would take it too seriously. As for why he could successfully settle down in Mount Hui, Huang Fangfua also found it strange. After all, after Xianyuan Qingfeng became a boss, Huang Fangfua had to deal with too many things. It was impossible for him to care about the background of a nobody. Now Mount Hui was divided into different classes. Although they were all guests, the difference in treatment between the first and the last guest was huge. The young man was the lowest guest in Mount Hui. He only had a small courtyard halfway up the mountain and lived with two other guests. His monthly income was no more than 20 to 30 taels of silver. In the town at the foot of Mount Hui, it wasn't even enough for him to have a decent drink. The young foreign official looked around cautiously, feeling uneasy. Today he had planned to come to the Great Snow Plateau to enjoy the scenery and try to find an opportunity to get close to the Jianghu seniors who also had the same interest. He did not expect that, after climbing up the mountain, he did not even see a shadow of a person. He wanted to go back home, but after walking in the snow for more than an hour, he did not want to give up, so he stumbled into the bull mound. In fact, the important foreign official near the top of the mountain had already received the news. This young man was far from being qualified to be notified by the servants on the Great Snow Plateau. Therefore, by a stroke of luck, he saw the immortal-like purple robe by the cliff. This was the first time he saw her, after living under someone else's roof in Mount Hui. The first time he saw her was at the Snow Mountain Villa. The Jianghu friend named Su Qi told him that he might as well go to Mount Hui to have a look. He also said that there was a woman who liked to wear a purple dress who could be considered as a friend. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. However, it was hard to survive in Jianghu, especially for a rootless duckweed like him. No matter where he went, he would only be looked down upon. He had no choice but to wait for the right time and risk his life to meet this purple dress of Huishan Mountain. However, he didn't expect that after the woman narrowed her eyes and sized him up and confirmed that he didn't have the guts to lie, she actually nodded and agreed. He only remembered that under the gaze of those cold eyes, he was sweating profusely. He was still in a daze even after she left for a long time. Later on, he came to Mount Hui. Although he didn't reach the heavens in a single bound, at least he had a place to stay. He didn't have to wander around the Jianghu like a lonely ghost. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for more. He didn't have to worry about food and drink all year round and was perfectly content. After seeing her, he mustered up his courage and walked forward with difficulty. He didn't know if it was because the snow was difficult to walk on or because he was in awe of her, but he walked with difficulty in his straw raincoat. When he finally walked a dozen steps behind her, a cold voice softly sounded. "I only remember that your surname is Huang. I forgot your name. Huang something?" Her voice wasn't loud, but to his ears, it was no different from a clap of thunder exploding above his head. It turned out that this high and mighty woman, who was like a celestial being in heaven, still remembered his surname. Flattered, he quickly trotted a few steps forward and stopped a few steps behind and beside her. He lowered his head and bent over, smiling. "Reporting to Mountain Master, this little one's surname is Huang, and my name is Quan. My surname is Quan, and my name is Chow. It's Quan, which means spring water." Huang Quan, who once pretended to be an experienced Jianghu person in front of Su Qi, had gray hair at an early age. Indeed, he didn't look like a very likable young man. He quietly waited for her to continue, but there was no movement for a long time. This made him involuntarily panic. Could it be that his appearance disturbed her mood of admiring the snow? She gently shook the wrist, holding the umbrella, and the snow on the surface of the oil paper umbrella suddenly flew into a mess. She didn't turn her head and only asked indifferently, "Have you heard of a person called Wenhua?" Huang Quan said in fear and trepidation, Of course, of course. In the capital, he earned the nickname of Wenbusheng. He fought with the #1 swordsman in the capital, Qi Jiajia. At that time, even the Tangxi sword immortal Liu Baijia, who was the Minister of War, had a favorable impression of Wenhua. Unfortunately, he suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. Now, the storytellers at the foot of the mountain all say that this peerless swordsman is Su Qi. Oh no, the new Prince Liang's good brother. Because of this, that prince even used Wenhua's sword moves in the western regions. In one move, he beat Toba Bodhisattva, who was also one of the 4 great grandmasters of martial arts, out of the city. She asked again, "Then, are you envious?" Huang Quan smiled embarrassedly. "Naturally, I'm very envious. I used to diligently practice the sword, but unfortunately, I wasn't cut out for it. I quickly abandoned it, and only know a few skills." At this point, Huang Quan paused for a moment and carefully said, "It's because of the Mountain Lord's Bodhisattva's kindness that this little one is able to eat and drink at Mount Hui. This little one doesn't dare to forget the Mountain Lord's kindness in taking me in these 2 years." She didn't comment, but the corners of her mouth quietly curled up. She muttered to herself, "Although that guy's surnamed Wen is very annoying, Wenhua is indeed only one Wenhua. It's like this to that person, and it's about the same to me. In this lifetime, if I want to meet this kind of disgraceful bastard again, it should be very difficult." The wind and snow on the mountain peak were too strong. Even if Huang Quan pricked up her ears, she couldn't clearly hear her soft muttering. She seemed to have lost interest in talking and said straightforwardly, "Presumably, you also know that that person sent many secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion to my moonless restaurant. Now, I'll give you a choice. You can either choose a secret manual at will and then go down the mountain to explore, or you can stay in my Mount Hui and be a low-class guest. Although you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, you won't have any future prospects. You don't need to speak. If you nod, you'll choose the first option. If you shake your head, you'll choose the second option." The extremely talkative Huang Quan subconsciously wanted to nag a little, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't utter a single word. Then, she suddenly woke up with a start. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she hurriedly shook her head. Huang Quan silently said in her heart, "How can I not know my own weight? I can't endure hardships, and I don't have the innate talent to become an expert through practicing martial arts. I've long since known to obediently accept my fate." She calmly said, "I understand. You can leave now." Huang Quan, who felt as if she had been granted amnesty, didn't dare to stay any longer. She turned around and left. However, after Huang Quan had taken a few steps, she softly said, "I don't know if the person Mountain Chieftain spoke of treats me as a friend. No matter how much I boast to outsiders, in reality, I don't dare to think that person is my friend. However, no matter what, I, Huang Quan, am very happy to be able to meet that person." After saying this, Huang Quan's footsteps didn't stop as she left the large snowy plain. She didn't dare to secretly turn her head to look at her. When he left the mountain, he somewhat felt that he was too useless. However, after thinking about it again and again, he still felt that being able to meet Su Qi in this life, meeting that young Jianghu man who was willing to let him eat and drink, and who would laugh and listen to his boasting, was something worth being happy about for the rest of his life. Xinyuan Qingfeng stood alone in the same place. The wind and snow fell one after another, making the world seem even more lonely. She slowly walked back to the moonless tower, which was said to be even taller than the tide-listening pavilion in Baiyang. She climbed up to the top floor. This floor was extremely transparent. Aside from those gold-threaded Phoebe Jinan pillars, the entire building was practically empty. There was only a red sandalwood couch placed there. She put away her oil paper umbrella and bent over to lean against one of the pillars. Lying on the couch, she propped up her cheek with one hand and looked as far as her eyes could see to the west. The most special thing about this tower was that there were no walls or railings in the entire west side. With a single glance, one could see the large snowy plain and even the distant scenery outside of Mount Hui. Due to the heavy snow, there were very few young maidservants who could enter this floor of moonless tower to clean the rooms. They had already cleverly erected a silk screen on the west side to block the wind and snow and cut off the bitter cold. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. In terms of fortuitous encounters and wonderful opportunities, this woman was simply the darling of heaven and earth. First, she accidentally obtained a strange cultivation method from the library on the large snowy plain that could absorb other people's qi. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When she narrowly reached the first level, she also turned herself into a half-human, half-ghost, and her life was hanging by a thread. Later, she went to Baiyang and absorbed the fate of several imperial jade seals in the library of the tide-listening pavilion. Not only did she stabilize her cultivation, she also eliminated the huge, hidden danger caused by the chaotic qi. Then, in the Battle of the River, she was defeated by Wang Xianji and sank to the bottom of the Guangling River. She actually survived the disaster and had good fortune afterward. Lu Songtao and Zhao Huangchao both helped her to advance her cultivation rapidly and reach the major celestial state in one fell swoop. She stopped Chao Chongqing from entering Great Peace City outside the city. The conqueror of West Chu even gave her a golden millet dream, allowing her to dream for decades. How could the benefits she received be ordinary? No one dared to question her status as the chief of the Wuling Alliance as a woman. Some even believed that among the young Jianghu grandmasters, only she, Xinyuan Qingfeng, had the chance to compete with the Northwest vassal king. As her cultivation rose rapidly and she became the leader of the Jianghu south of the Yangtze River, the power of Mount Hui grew day by day and suppressed Mount Longhu. She said that pilgrims were not allowed to climb the mountain to burn incense on the 14th of every month. Thus, no one dared to go to Mount Longhu to make a wish and pray on that day. She once prevented the fourth prince, who was now the emperor, from climbing the snowy plain. She also once had the new Prince Liang send people from thousands of miles away to deliver several large boxes of secret manuals from the tide-listening pavilion, as if she was entrusting him to me. She had also participated in the Battle of Great Peace City. She was like a bright moon hanging in the sky of Jianghu, with Li Yang and the other two of the four great grandmasters of martial arts evaluation. Some people feared her, some hated her, and some respected her. But strangely, no one in the world seemed to like her very purely, even if her beauty was enough to enter the rankings. Even if countless men in Jianghu knew that as long as they could conquer this woman, it was equivalent to conquering half of Jianghu. Chapter 1785. She lived in seclusion on the top floor of the moonless tower. Her mood was unpredictable. Countless Jianghu masters who had pledged their loyalty to Mount Hui had been severely injured by her in a fit of anger. They had no fate with martial arts, but she was not unkind. On the contrary, when she was happy, she could casually reward her servants with valuable treasures such as luminous pearls. She could also casually give away the top secret manuals that Jianghu dreamed of. She could also casually give them away in pairs. Unfortunately, no one could predict when she would be happy or why she would be happy. She opened her eyes and seemed to find the screen annoying. She gently waved her hand, and the screen immediately shattered, flying with the snow. She left the beauty couch, picked up the oil paper umbrella, and left the moonless tower. She opened the umbrella again and walked to the edge of the cliff. She slowly reached out her hand and extended the oil paper umbrella. The snowflakes did not stop, and snow gradually piled up at her palm. She softly repeated these two sentences. Meeting you, I am very happy. Meeting you, I am not happy. This purple dress for the entire night just stood there, one hand holding the umbrella and the other reaching out to catch the snow. Her body did not move at all. No one knew the reason. Later, rumors spread in Jianghu that the purple dress of Mount Hui had become an immortal on Earth overnight after watching the snow on the peak of Mount Hui. In the second year of Xiangfu, there was light snow. The air was cold and the snow was cold, but the ground was not cold and the snow was not heavy. The Dongyue Sword Pool, an ancient sect that had competed with the Wu family for the title, all sword skills in the world originate from which family for hundreds of years, began to flourish after Song Yinqing's death, and Chai Qingshan, an outsider, took over the position of sect master. Several old sword masters who had been silent for many years began to open their doors and accept disciples. There were constantly young people with amazing talent who entered the Dongyue Sword Pool to forge swords and practice swordsmanship. Li Yibai, who was born in a prestigious family in Jiangnan, no longer traveled. He stayed at the sword pool to help Chai Qingshan manage the affairs. Although Li Yibai's cultivation in the way of the sword grew slowly, this genius, who was once as famous as Wu Luding of the Sword Tomb, Qi Xinxiao of Longhu Mountain, and Li Huoli of Yanbao of Ji Province, seemed to be enjoying himself. He was not worried about his martial realm. Meanwhile, the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice of the Liyang Imperial Court had also recruited many experts from the sword pool with great fanfare. With such a promising future, the number of young swordsmen who went to Dongyue Sword Pool for apprenticeship was as large as the number of carps crossing the river. During this period of time, Sect Master Chai Qingshan only had 2 disciples. One of them was grinning from ear to ear all day, while the other was frowning all day. Song Yinqing's eldest grandson, Song Tinglu, was one of the happiest. This was because he could now hear many people respectfully address him as martial uncle every day. This made the youth, who could only call Li Yibai's senior brother for many years, feel that he had earned back his capital. On the other hand, Shan Yi was the one who was unhappy. She felt that those guys who were older than her made her sound old by calling her senior martial aunt. Song Tinglu still only worshipped Wen Busheng, who had become famous in one battle in Great Peace City. He liked to carry a simple self-made wooden sword at his waist every day. He liked to pretend to be old and experienced when others called him martial uncle. Then, when no one was looking, he would immediately crack open his mouth and laugh. On this day, it was sunny after the snow. Song Tinglu searched for a long time before he finally found his junior sister, who was in a daze in a pavilion. Song Tinglu probably knew the taste of worry. After his junior sister came back from escape summer town in Bailiang, she began to like sitting alone in a daze. He righteously complained to his master that his junior sister was not willing to practice the sword. In the end, before the 2 men could criticize him, the girl casually said that she was comprehending the sword and dismissed both his master and senior brother. As the senior brother, the youth was naturally not convinced. In the end, his master had the 2 of them spar. His junior sister, who could only win after 100 moves, could take care of the youth within 80 moves. He lost again and again. From 80 moves to 70 moves, and then to 60 moves, he lost all 3 battles. The results were worse each time. Naturally, the youth was given the nickname Song Busheng by junior sister Shan Yi. This nickname quickly spread in the Dongyue Sword Pool. There were 2 new female disciples who were older than the youth who would add Song Busheng before martial uncle when they called Song Tinglu. This made the youth both happy and worried. When Song Tinglu was about to enter the pavilion, Shan Yi, suddenly said fiercely, "Remember, from now on, this pavilion is a forbidden area of our Dongyue sword pool. Without my permission, no one is allowed to set foot here. Not you, not senior brother Li, not even master." The girl looked at the dumbfounded youth and waved her hand. She said angrily, "I'll let it go today. Those who don't know are not guilty. Remember, don't do it again." Song Tinglu was helpless. He was used to his junior sister's wild ideas. The youth was already used to it. Song Tinglu said mysteriously in a low voice, "Junior sister, do you know that an important guest came to our sword pool today?" Senior martial brother Li even used his most treasured tea set, and master also accompanied him. The girl did not care about being called junior sister by a Song Tinglu today. She only said absent-mindedly, "Then why didn't you accompany him?" The youth curled his lips. "You know that I don't like tea. It's very bland and tasteless. Master promised me that in 2 years I'll be allowed to drink. When that time comes, I'll definitely drink in big bowls." The girl sneered. "Why don't you just drink from a water vat? Isn't that more heroic?" The youth was speechless. In the past, he could not win an argument with her. Now, he could not even win a fight. The youth was a little depressed. The ignorant youth was far from understanding the matters between men and women. He was still far from understanding the melancholy in his crotch. Just as the youth was sulking, 3 people walked in from outside the pavilion. It was Master Chai Ching Shan, senior brother Li Yi, and a young Taoist in a Taoist robe. Shan Yi and Song Tinglu stood up at the same time. The 3 people walked quickly into the pavilion. Chai Ching Shan smiled and introduced them to his 2 disciples. "This is little celestial Master Qi of Mount Longhu." Song Tinglu's eyes lit up. He said impatiently, I know. It's little Lu, little ancestor Qi Xinxia." Li Bai knocked the youth head with a chestnut and laughed angrily. "Juniors can't call elders by their names." Song Tinglu chuckled. Senior brotherly Bai's teachings had obviously gone in one ear and out the other. The girl raised her face that had not fully grown and asked naively, "Taoist Qi, if you fought with the king of Bailiang, how many moves could you take?" Chai Ching Shan's face was filled with anger when he heard this. He glared fiercely at his silly daughter. Qi Xinxia, who was visiting the Dongyue sword pool on the way, smiled and said, "If it was just a spar, I could take 10 moves or so. However, if it was a life-and-death battle with Su Fengyan, it would only take 1 move." The girl smiled and said, "Taoist Qi, if that's the case, you must be an expert." Qi Xinxia was stunned. He probably could not keep up with the girl's thoughts. Chai Ching Shan and Li Bai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Tinglu could not help but turn his head and roll his eyes. In his junior sister's eyes, as long as no one competed with that guy for the title at #1 in the world, she did not care who was 2nd or 3rd in the world. Chai Ching Shan instructed the 2 children, "Tinglu, the 2 of you go outside the pavilion and practice a set of sword techniques that you are most familiar with. Let Mr. Qi give you pointers. This is a rare opportunity, so cheer up." Song Tinglu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He rushed out of the pavilion without another word and decisively unsheathed his wooden sword. The tip of the sword glowed, and the sword's momentum was continuous. Sword after sword flowed freely and endlessly. Li Bai was very pleased. What a good sword, like a dragon. Most importantly, he could feel a vigorous aura from the sword's momentum. This junior brother would definitely become the pillar of the Dongyue sword pool in the future. On the other hand, Shani was somewhat sloppy. She picked up the sword that she had personally forged in the Nanhua sword furnace and reluctantly walked out of the pavilion. She followed Song Tinglu's movements. Qi Xinxia observed the young man and woman's sword practice very seriously. He was very focused and did not miss anything. It did not seem like a sword elder who wanted to give pointers to a junior. Instead, it seemed like a junior was learning the sword from a senior. Li Bai looked at Qi Xinxia and suddenly understood. It was rumored that this person had destroyed his cultivation that he had worked hard to cultivate for more than 20 years in Great Peace City. He wanted to start all over again. Only someone with such great perseverance could look at everything in the world with such a calm attitude. Song Tinglu finished practicing the ape-form sword that was said to have been made by the ancient immortals. He had a smug expression and asked Qi Xianxia, Taoist Qi, how is my sword technique? Qi Xianxia smiled and said, strength is in strength, weakness is in breath. In the future, when you practice the sword, you cannot just focus on the sword essence and ignore the moves. You should focus on being down-to-earth and studying the strengths of the swordsmen in the world. You can use the stones of other mountains to improve jade. You must not look down on other swords in the world because of the strong foundation of the Dongyue sword pool. You can expect to reach 2nd grade in 3 years and hope to reach 1st grade in 10 years. If you can concentrate on consolidating the qi in your body, you may have a chance to reach celestial phenomenon. Song Tinglu frowned and said, only hope. I thought that reaching celestial phenomenon would be easy. Chai Qingshan laughed angrily and said, you arrogant child. Don't talk nonsense in front of Sir Qi. Shan Yi originally thought that she had escaped a calamity, so she tiptoed with her sword, wanting to slip away. She did not expect the little celestial master of Mount Longhu to laugh and say, Miss, you clearly have an innate sword embryo that only appears once in 100 years. Why are you squandering your innate talent? There's an ancient saying that says that if you give too much, you will be blamed. If you do not give enough, you will be punished. I hope that you will think carefully about this. The girl in white widened her beautiful eyes that were overflowing with qi and said innocently, Taoist, don't accuse me wrongly. I am very diligent in practicing the sword. I will learn whatever my master wants me to learn. I never cut corners. Qi Xianxia's words made this mischievous girl speechless. For swordsmen, hard work comes second and heart comes first. The girl in white tilted her head as if she was confused. Chapter 1786. Qi Xianxia smiled knowingly. I don't want to say it at first, but I really don't want you to go astray and waste natural resources. The white-clothed girl suddenly raised her voice and said in a panic, Don't say it. Don't say it. I'm scared of you. I'll just practice my sword diligently in the future. Even Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai were confused. Was she trying to trick them? Just as Shan Yi had said, she had done everything Chai Qingshan wanted her to do. No matter what sword she practiced, her aura had increased a little. In fact, she had been improving almost every day. However, Qi Xianxia, an outsider who had met her for the first time, could see the clues at a glance. Perhaps it was because Chai Qingshan was a Sword Dao Grandmaster, or perhaps it was because this celestial master of Mount Longhu was indeed an immortal. Qi Xianxia asked curiously, Can I know the reason? The white-clothed girl blushed. Don't ask. I won't say it. The girl glared at her master and senior brother, Li, who were about to get to the bottom of the matter. She said angrily, I won't say it even if you beat me to death. In short, I'll practice my sword diligently in the future. Qi Xianxia smiled. I was wrong earlier. You should focus on practicing your sword. Chai Qingshan thought for a moment and understood. He felt relieved and frightened at the same time. Li Yibai and Song Tinglu didn't know what was going on, nor did they know why. They were like two outsiders and felt helpless. Song Tinglu, in particular, felt even more wronged. For some reason, after this junior sister walked the martial world, the taller she became, the more distant her heart became. This made the youth feel lost. Was it really like what the peers of the other sex said, that behind every beautiful junior sister stood one, or even a few pitiful senior brothers, who were full of disappointment? Qi Xianxia stood up and bowed. I'll take my leave now. You don't have to send me off. Chai Qingshan laughed. You don't have to. Just send me to the sect gate. Li Yibai smiled. That's right. Qi Xianxia was stunned and didn't insist. The three of them walked side by side, with Shan Yi and Song Tinglu following behind them. Li Yibai, who was already familiar with Qi Xianxia, asked softly, Are we going back to Mount Longhu next? Everyone knew that Mount Longhu was in trouble both internally and externally. First, the imperial court let Mount Qingchang Taoist Wulingsu and Mount Longhu Taoist Mansion jointly rule the world, breaking the situation where only the Taoist Mansion had the surname of the imperial court. Then, the father and son Taoist master ascended together, and Zhao Shituan died mysteriously. None of the older generation of Taoist mansions survived, especially after the battle outside the Imperial Astronomer's Gate. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengyin, hurt the foundation of Mount Longhu. After that, Mr. White Lotus disappeared, leaving only Zhao Ningxin to return to Mount Longhu alone to preside over the overall situation. However, at the same time, the leader of the purple-clothed mountain, Xianyuan Qingfeng, appeared in the neighboring Mount Hui and Mount Wudong, which had been fighting for the Taoist ancestral court for hundreds of years, became more and more popular. In the eyes of outsiders, the several respected Taoist priests of Mount Longhu focused on cultivating the mind instead of cultivating the strength. Coupled with their awkward identities, Mount Longhu's reputation had fallen to the bottom. If Qi Xianxia could return to Mount Longhu to help Zhao Ningxin preside over the overall situation, there was some hope for this Taoist holy land to rise again in the imperial court in Jianghu. However, Qi Xianxia's answer was unexpected. This humble Taoist will first make a trip to Earth Lung Mountain, then directly to Wudong's Little Lotus Peak. I want to see that little Taoist boy called Yu Fu and find out if he's really that person. This humble Taoist also wants to go to Bailiang to see one of my senior brothers. I want to know why he stayed there. After that, I will return to Mount Longhu to concentrate on cultivation. Chai Qingshan grunted in agreement. That's good too. It just so happens that I also want to make a trip to the Northwest Pass. Sir Qi, when are you leaving? Let me know, and we'll go together. Qi Xianxia smiled. All right. Li Bai was deeply worried. Martial uncle, how can I take on such a great responsibility? Chai Qingshan asked back. Why can't you? Qi Xianxiao returned to Li Bai's good friend's previous words. That's exactly right. The white-clothed girl suddenly made a solemn vow. Master, I've thought it through. From today onwards, not only will I focus on practicing the sword, I will also put my heart and soul into forging a sword. I will use this sword wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I've even thought of a name. Song Tinglu was incomparably curious. What's it called? The white-clothed girl rolled her eyes. I'm not telling you. Chai Qingshan smiled and turned to look at his disciple. With a kind expression, he said, All right, Master will tell that person the name of the new sword that is yet to be forged. The girl shyly said, Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The youth was even more confused. Master, junior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand even more. Li Bai touched his forehead. What a headache. Qi Xianxia turned to the youth and said meaningfully, It's rare to be confused. It's a blessing not to understand. Actually, the white-clothed girl who didn't understand this sentence said in all seriousness, That's right. Chai Qingshan and the other two laughed at the same time. The youth didn't know what they were laughing about, but when he saw the girl's beautiful smile, he also laughed. Smoke rose into the air in the desert, and the sun set over the long river. The scenery outside the pass was lonely and especially magnificent. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in North Jade City, a young man squatted on the steps and basked in the sun. The warm winter day made people drowsy. A young woman with her eyes closed the entire time was putting winter pickles in the corner of the wall. They were almost piled up into another small wall. The unique sour smell filled the courtyard. The young man was probably afraid that he would fall asleep just like that. So he tried to find a topic to talk about. Chui Hua, what do you think that one fellow is doing now? Is he still going to stick to every pretty girl he sees? The woman who seemed to be blind raised her arm and wiped her sweat. She smiled and said, I don't think so. I'm guessing that he's most likely got married, got a wife, found a job, had a child, and lived a comfortable life like this. She, who had always been known for her reticence, would only speak a little more when she talked about the young wanderer who had met them in Great Peace City and then left Great Peace City. The young man said worriedly, It would be best if this is the case, but he was so miserable when he left Jing. Can it really be so smooth? Also, that brat is someone with a lofty heart. Is he used to the hard life of a commoner? The woman called Chui Hua shook her head and said, I believe him. This time, the young man who was not jealous sighed and said, I'm really cheap. In the past, when that guy called me Wu Luyang every day, I was always angry. But after not hearing this bullshit nickname for such a long time, I felt uncomfortable. Thinking about it now, it wasn't much to let that brat rub off your pickled vegetable noodles. I was petty at the time and shouldn't have insulted him so much. She said, "What's the point of insulting him? Every time we quarrel, aren't you the only one who is angry?" The young man nodded and said, "That's true." Then he said angrily, "Su Fengyin is good at fighting when Busheng is good at quarreling. No wonder the two can be brothers." The woman said softly, "They are brothers in hardship." The young man unconsciously imitated that when Busheng's signature action and dug at his pants. "I'm also slightly depressed." The woman who had her back to him and did not see this scene, but understood, frowned. She complained, "Don't learn the good, learn the bad." The young man snickered and raised his head to look at the sun. He didn't know where that guy was. Was he also basking in the sun with nothing to do? He muttered to himself, "Strange, strange. Demon Head Zhu is such a proud freak. Didn't he say that no one other than Dong Tai is a match? He's actually willing to be that Su's hatchet man." I heard that Grandpa Jian also told that guy about his life's work. He wanted that Su guy to help him achieve his wish and practice those 2 or 3 sword moves. Our ancestor said that those sword moves are not the sword of the human world. Even if Ancestor Liu was alive, he might not be able to use them. What's even more infuriating is that Aunt Nayland is already so old, yet she still wants to be surnamed Su every day. I feel ashamed for her. Rouge reviews, 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 so what? How many years has it been? Even if she looks like a 30-year-old woman, so what? Does Aunt Nayland really want to eat young grass? Alas, I'm at my wit's end. Uncle Xie and Baldy Chui aren't any better. Ever since they exchanged pointers with that guy, he's been calling himself the King of Baelyang. My ears are getting calluses. I think if this goes on, these guys will become more Baelyang than the native Baelyang people. The door was suddenly pushed open. A beautiful woman who was gnashing her teeth stood there. She put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, little Wu, you're worrying about the country and the people again. Aunt Nayland is very distressed for you. It's just that we know ourselves. We're already old and faded. Don't you feel horrified just by looking at us?" The current sword crown of the sword tomb, Wu Luding, grimaced. He quickly got up and smiled apologetically. "Aunt Nayland, you're here. Why didn't you knock on the door? Why are you standing at the door? Could it be that the king of Baelyang, Su Fengyin, is standing there?" The woman, whose real name was Nayland Yujin, turned her head and looked at the door. She smiled and said, "Prince, please come in. Our Wu family sword crown has been saying good things about you for a long time. Shouldn't you thank him?" Wu Luding rushed into the room and closed the door. "I'm not feeling well. I refuse to see any guests." Chui Hua shook her head helplessly. Nayland Yujin smiled knowingly and walked into the courtyard alone. She closed her eyes and sniffed hard. She clicked her tongue and said, Yes, this is the smell, and has waited bitterly for a year." Chui Hua stopped what she was doing and turned around to look at the woman who had suffered in the Wu family's sword tomb with a smile. She said softly, "Aunt, what's the matter?" Nayland Yujin smiled and said, "Even if it's a big matter, it's better to talk about it with your pickled vegetable noodles." Chapter 1787. Wu Luding gently opened the door and said in a bitter tone, "Aunt Nayland, why are you scaring people? Be careful that I don't let Chui Hua add green onions and fried eggs to your noodles." The woman gave him a coquettish look and joked, "In this family, your words don't count." Wu Luding immediately smiled and ran behind her. "Are your shoulders sore? Do you want to rub them?" The woman laughed and scolded. "Now you know how to flatter? It's too late. You men can take revenge for 10 years, but we women hold grudges for 100 years. While Nayland Yujin was sitting in a chair and patiently waiting for the pickled cabbage noodles, Wu Luding helped her rub her shoulders. "Holding grudges is one thing, but I still have to rub them. My filial piety can be seen by the sun and moon." The young Jianguan was too familiar with this woman, so he spoke without restraint. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Aunt Nayland, your scenery is so magnificent that it's out of control. I can't even see where your legs are." I'm curious. If later that guy, surnamed Su, suddenly wants to hug you, won't it be very difficult to hug you? The woman was neither angry nor shy. Instead, she smiled and said, "This flattery is refreshing. Aunt will accept it." Wu Lu Ding said with a mischievous grin, "Aunt Nailan, your shamelessness can be said to have been cultivated for 1,000 years. When I get back, I'll definitely tell that Su fellow that if there comes a day when North Rejecting City is about to fall, I'll have him invite Aunt to the top of the city wall. Then, the Northern Mang barbarians can forget about crossing this city wall." The woman gently shook her shoulders and deftly flicked away Wu Liuding's hands. "Brat, get out of my way." Wu Liuding pulled a chair and sat beside her. He put away his cynical look and asked seriously, "Aunt, you don't really like that brat, do you? What's so good about him? He's just a little handsome, a little good at martial arts, and a little big title. He's absolutely not good enough for you." Nailan Yujin bent over and knocked on the young man's forehead with her finger. "You can't change your habit of eating shit. How many times have I told you not to joke so seriously? Women in the world are most worried about this kind of man. They're afraid that he is unreliable." Wu Liuding maliciously glanced at the beautiful scene of the woman pressing down heavily on the table. Then, he deliberately held the table with a terrified expression. "Auntie, be careful. Don't collapse the table. You have to compensate the surname Su." Nailan Yujin turned her head and said with a smile, "Suehua, Wu Liuding secretly asked me whether you like him or secretly like Su Fingyan." Wu Liuding was really terrified now. He waved his hand and said with a sad face, "Auntie, I'll kneel down for you. Please don't make this kind of joke. Chuehua really won't talk to me for a whole month." Not long after, Chuehua walked into the room with 2 bowls of pickled vegetable noodles. One bowl was placed in front of Nailan Yujin, and the other bowl was placed in front of Wu Liuding. However, she forgot to bring him a pair of chopsticks. Nailan Yujin made a face at Wu Liuding, who wanted to cry, but didn't dare to take the chopsticks. Then, she comfortably ate the noodles and added oil to the fire. Eating noodles with chopsticks is so fragrant. Wu Liuding sat on the chair and looked down, not moving at all. When Nailan Yujin almost finished the bowl of noodles, Sohua asked, "Are you unhappy because I don't like Su Fingyan?" Wu Liuding said firmly, "You can beat me to death." "Oh," she said indifferently, "go get the chopsticks." Wu Liuding was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He ran to get a pair of chopsticks and sat down. He lowered his head and wolfed down the noodles. Nailan Yujin put down her chopsticks and leaned back comfortably against the back of the chair. She sighed and said, "When I was waiting for death in the Sword Tomb, I wanted to leave that damn place so badly that I almost went crazy. Now that I'm out, I don't know why, but I miss that place where there are only swords. However, although I miss it, I definitely don't want to go back." Wu Liuding finished the pickled vegetable noodles and wiped his mouth. He looked like he hadn't had enough. Nailan Yujin said seriously, "There's something that Su Fingyan asked me to tell you too. He changed his mind and doesn't intend to fulfill the oath that the 100 of us made with the Wu family sword tomb. Instead, he wants us to leave as we wish. If he's afraid that the Wu family will settle accounts later, it's fine. He will make a mess and let those who are willing to leave go to the relatively peaceful gourd mouth of Yuzhou to pick on those soft persimmons. Each of us will kill 100 Beimang barbarians. Then we can go wherever we want. Before I came here, everyone discussed it. Now it's up to you." Wu Liuding frowned and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Nailan, do you think he's playing hard to get? Or is he just trying to buy people's hearts?" The woman shook her head and said, "Su Fingyan really intends to do so. I'm sure of this. Of course, the reason why he's so magnanimous isn't entirely because he's doing good deeds. It's because Demon Zhu, Sword Maniac Hellion, and a large group of people have long been determined to stay in Bailiang. After all, each of them has their own goals. They want fame, benefits, benevolence, and justice. Those who really want to leave are only 20 or so people. Maybe the older they get, the more afraid they are of death. Or maybe they miss their hometown too much. They don't want to die outside the pass. They want to die in the most familiar place. I guess Su Fingyan just wants peace of mind. Instead of letting some people reluctantly die in battle with the Bailion cavalry, it's better to let everyone who stays in the end come to Jianghu willingly and die on the battlefield. Wu Luding sneered and said, I told you that this guy is the most shrewd businessman in the world. He never makes a losing deal. Nailan Huayu sighed and said, if he wasn't shrewd, the Beimang barbarians would have already destroyed the family property that Butcher left for him. Wu Luding whispered, Auntie, you don't really like that guy, do you? Nailan Huayu stretched out her fingers and lifted the hair on her temples. She shook her head and laughed. Brat, you're really stupid. How old am I? How old is Su Fengyan? Wu Luding nodded in agreement and said, I told you, and he won't like that guy. Sui Hua was silent. Nailan Huayu smiled charmingly and said, that's the matter. What do you two think? No matter what, we're still people of the Wu family sword tomb. No matter what, we'll listen to you. Wu Luding thought for a while and said, in that case, let the 20 or so people find an excuse to go to Yuzhou and join the army. But killing 100 people is the bottom line. There's no discussion. As for the other 80 people, they'll stay with me and Tsuehua in this north-resisting city. Whether they die in battle or wait for death, don't regret it in the future. Nailan Yujin nodded. Since you said so, I know what to do. That's good. She stood up and didn't leave the room immediately. Instead, she took a slight detour and walked to Wu Yoding's side. She touched the young man's head and said, Brat, you've finally grown up. Annie is very pleased. Annie also has something to say to you and Suehua. We're outsiders who have entered the sword tomb. After so many years, we know how many people have gone crazy in the Wu family sword tomb, committed suicide, or went mad. There aren't many normal people left. It's not easy to gather 100 people, but it's already the limit of the Wu family. Your Wu family's ancestor is not without selfishness. In the end, the reason why the Wu family's fortune has been standing for 200 years is because of the Wu family's 9 swords. But now, the 9 swords have become our 100 swords. That's why the 20 or so people are nervous in their hearts. They must ask me, Nailan Yujin, to come here to ask for a valid letter. Otherwise, even if Su Fengyan asks them to leave, they will never dare to leave. Who doesn't know the Wu family's ancestors' methods? We are all afraid from the bottom of our hearts. Wu Luding took a deep breath and said with determination in his eyes, as a junior, I don't dare to say anything bad about my ancestor. But, Auntie, you can rest assured, those 20 or so people, my Wu family sword tomb will treat them as if they have died outside the pass. This sentence is said in front of Annie, and even in front of the ancestor, it's the same. Every word is a nail, no ambiguity. Nailan Huayu nodded and turned to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned his head and smiled. Practicing the sword, practicing the sword. You can also practice the sword in bed. The corner of Wu Yoding's mouth twitched. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Suwa. She suddenly opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out word by word from her teeth. Want to practice the sword? Get the hell out of here. Wu Luding subconsciously picked up the chopsticks and pulled the noodles in the empty bowl. She closed her eyes, and when he lowered his head, the corner of her mouth curled up. Then she heard Wu Luding say something inexplicable. Suehua, it's not that I can't accept that Annie Nailan likes Su Fengyan, but I don't want Su Fengyan to be the only one who doesn't like her. Suehua didn't know what to say, so she could only say, I'm listening. Finally, Wu Luding said something unlucky. Suehua, I said you can't be angry, but even if you are angry, I have to say it this time. If one day in the future, both of us are destined to die on a battlefield, I must die before you, because if I see you die before me, I will feel worse than death. Suehua thought for a moment and said slowly, actually, it's nothing, because if I die first, I will also wait for you on the road to the underworld. I will wait for you to follow me, so you don't have to be sad. But if I die first and you die too late, I'll be really angry. Wu Yoding's eyes were moist, and he held Suehua's hand. Suehua tilted her head and asked, You want to die now? Wu Luding shook his head, but this time, he didn't let go of her hand. And this time, she didn't break free. You are called Suehua, and I'm called Luding. 6 big cauldrons, how many pounds of pickled cabbage can they hold? So the two of us are the best match in the world. Even Nail and Eugen, who was close to them in the sword tomb, didn't know that Sword Crown Wu Lu Ding and Sword Attendant Suihua were actually born on the same day, month, and day. Even the time was almost the same. Chapter 1788. But presumably, the entire Wu family sword tomb believed that these two people, regardless of whether they were young now or old in the future, would die at the same time. Many years later, many years after the Great Battle of Liangmang, a white-haired old man lay on a sickbed. When the oil in his lamp ran out, he could no longer open his eyes. He could only mumble, "Suihua, I want to eat pickled vegetables again." The old woman who sat at the head of the bed and gently held his hand, leaning over his ear with difficulty. In reality, she could no longer hear clearly, but she knew what he was saying. So she said gently, "We don't have any more pickled vegetables at home, but when we get underground, I'll make some for you." He was dead. She was also dead. There was no deeper love in the world than this. A travel-worn man first traveled from the border between western Shu and southern Zhao, all the way north to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingyang. Then he hurried to North Resisting City. He had no choice but to go to Qingtsang City in Liuzhou. Finally, he went straight to Linyao military town, which was even closer to the western regions. Only then did he finally find his fellow disciple who was carrying a wicker basket and picking up cow dung. Looking at his fourth junior apprentice brother, who was much older than him, the young man heard the general story. He held back his laughter and said, "It's really been hard on you. Even my legs feel like jelly when I hear about the trekking of mountains and rivers." This inarticulate man, who had taken countless wrong paths, was Lu Huang of Martial Emperor's City, who had escorted the Yin sisters out of the western region. He looked at his eldest senior brother, Groom Yu, and asked, "Why have you come to northern Yang?" Yu Groom hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to be honest. "I might disappoint you if I tell you the truth, but I didn't come here for revenge. At that time, I went to Liaodong with Green Robe Man, and for some reason, I wanted to come to the northwest to take a look. I probably didn't believe that the northern Liang cavalry was the best in the world. Of course, I also had the intention to vent some of my anger on behalf of the Central Plains. The target of this anger is both the northern Mang and northern Liang. There's no need to say much about the northern Mang barbarians. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions applies to both the grasslands and the Central Plains. 1,000 years ago, it was a dead knot that couldn't be untied. As for Bailiang, I also have some resentment. Why do you think only your Bailiang frontier army can guard the country's gate? We Jianghu people are not necessarily inferior." Unexpectedly, Lu Huang, who was originally the most stubborn of the same sect, did not get angry. He only nodded. Yu Groom smiled and asked, "You're not going to scold me?" Lu Huang said in a low, muffled voice, "I used to scold people, but not now. I've met Su Fengyan. What he said made sense. Who is our master? Why does he need a bunch of good-for-nothing disciples like us to avenge him? We will be laughed at by our master in heaven. Besides, Su Fengyan also said that our master only wanted to lose. It's not that Su Fengyan really won. I still don't understand. It's similar to what Master said about Li Changgang. I'm afraid this is where I'm not as good as you, senior apprentice brother. I can't let go of what I should let go of. I don't know how to pick up what I should pick up. I can't understand it in this lifetime. In the end, I even threw away my sword. I don't even have the courage to find it back." Yu Groom was silent. Lu Huang pulled the corner of his mouth and said bitterly, "I carried Master's body to Mount Kunlun and buried it at the top of the mountain. You can go and pay your respects when you have the chance. I'll lead the way." Yu Groom sighed. "Fourth junior apprentice brother, you've changed a lot." Lu Huang did not deny, "It's not a good thing. Maybe I won't even have the heart to practice martial arts in the future. If there really is such a day, senior apprentice brother, I hope you can treat it as if Martial Emperor's City never had such a person as Lu Huang." Yu Groom smiled. "I don't like to hear that." Lu Huang said self-deprecatingly, "I'm not good at saying nice things." Yu Groom carried a wicker basket and brought Lu Huang. The two martial arts masters walked and stopped on the grassland outside Lin Yao military town. Yu Groom did not speak, and Lu Huang was a taciturn person. The two of them walked in silence. As the disciples of martial emperor cities, Castellan Wang Xianji, they should have the deepest understanding of Jianghu. Before Su Fengyan appeared, the Central Plains had already recognized that the Jianghu they lived in was unprecedentedly grand. Compared to Gao Shulu and Lu Songtao's era, although their teacher Wang Xianji also won for 60 years, people like Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, Gu Jiantang, the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, and the sickly tiger Yang Tai Sui. These people from the three sects did not have all their glory stolen by Wang Xianji. Each of them had their own style and shone brightly. Therefore, it could be said that the Jianghu of Liang met with a fruitful year. But if one counted with their fingers those outstanding martial grandmasters, especially after Chao Chongqing died outside Tian City, all the Jianghu people would probably sigh. In just 5 or 6 years, so many grandmasters had died in Liang. Jian Zhihuang died outside Wuwu City. The world's 11th Wang Mingyin died outside Xiangfan City. The invincible Wang Xianji died in Beiliang. The Catman Han Shengxian died outside Shenwu City. The Dongyue sword pool Song Yinqing died. Yang Taisui died outside Shiyu Pass. Li Chungang, who returned to the land of immortals, died after Wanli Baro sword. Lu Songtao, who returned to the Jianghu after 100 years, died on Guangling River. Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping died on the way to the river. Xianyuan Jingsheng and Xianyuan Dandan both died in their own great snow plains. The number 1 general of Nanjiang, Wang Tongshan, died on the battlefield. The Dragon Tree monk died outside Bemeng's Gate of Heaven. Qi Jiajie died in Fuxia town at the foot of Mount Wudong. The gatekeeper of Tian City, Lu Haoshi, died outside that city. Wudong's Hong Shixiang reincarnated. The father and son of Mount Longhu ascended together. While sighing softly, he also felt a little fortunate, because when the older generation was withering, looking back, the Liyang River Lake was still filled with new experts. Among them, Su Fengyan was the leader of the group and fought against Wang Xianji. In the Great Peace City, he fought against 2 people. In the western region, he fought against Tuoba for thousands of miles. It could be said that the young vassal king had fought against all the great masters of the present age. Groom stopped, and his shoulders shook as if he was weighing the weight of the cow dung in the wicker basket on his back. He then turned to Lu Huang and said, "Actually, I know that among the few of us, you're the most scheming. Among the martial brothers, you and I are the most pure in sword training and do not involve ourselves in other things. Therefore, you have always been comparing yourself with me. Probably in your eyes, Master is a huge mountain that is too tall and almost insurmountable. As for me, I am a small mountain of that huge mountain. Only when you have stepped over that mountain would you have the qualifications to challenge Master." Just like Jian Zhihuang and the other people of the Jianghu, they climbed up the martial emperor's city with the identity of a challenger. Therefore, you gave up on the sword intent and focused on the sword art. You did not hesitate to walk with a limp on the sword dao just to be able to suppress me. Lu Huang didn't deny or admit it. Groom, you shifted his line of sight and looked at the boundless yellow sand of the desert. He smiled and said, "However, after I walked out of the martial emperor's city, I realized one thing. If Master didn't leave the Eastern Sea and we didn't leave the martial emperor's city, then we would have to live in Master's shadow for the rest of our lives." Coincidentally, this was an ending that Master didn't want to see. Master hoped that each of us would achieve something. He hoped that my sword intent wouldn't be weaker than Li Chungong's. He hoped that Lu Huang's sword art would be comparable to Dong Tai's. He hoped that Gong Ke would be able to become a great master by gathering the strengths of various sections. Fourth junior brother, Master didn't ask for anything in return for the teachings that he taught us. Since we are swordsmen, then we have to respect the 3-foot sword in our hands. We shouldn't have a guilty conscience because our opponents are invincible, and we shouldn't have doubts because the sword dao is difficult. Speaking until here, Groom smiled and asked, "Do you know which swordsman I admire the most in the past 100 years?" Lu Huang shook his head. Chapter 1789. Groom smiled happily. Wang Xiaoping. Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. In my heart, Wang Xiaoping used Shunshu to block our master's footsteps in the battle of blocking the river. Wang Xiaoping's sword after death was the voice of all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Huang frowned. He didn't understand why the proud senior brother Yu Groom would fall in love with a loser's swordsmanship. Groom Yu looked fascinated and said softly, "People can die, but swords can break. People and swords can't retreat." Lu Huang clearly felt that when Groom Yu Groom said these words, his aura suddenly soared, just like the tide at the top of the martial emperor's city. It gradually rose and finally surged with the power of the world. Groom Yu Groom's aura disappeared in an instant. He regained his calmness and said seriously, "We shouldn't always think about being the best in the world. If the cultivators of Taoism only look at Ancestor Lu, the martial artists only think about defeating our master, and the swordsmen all try to surpass Li Chungang, then what is the meaning of life? Of course, we can have such thoughts, but we can't be the only one. If our obsession is too deep, we won't be able to see the beauty of the world." Lu Huang sighed. "My sword heart is pure. I won't lose to you. My sword heart is deep. I'm not as good as you." Groom Yu smiled. "You're wrong." Lu Huang was curious. Groom Yu Groom stretched out a finger and shook it. "You're the one who's not as good as me." Lu Huang was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Groom Yu Groom suddenly looked to the north. North was Beimang's southern dynasty with millions of cavalry. The young man smiled gently. "Junior brother, you're already in your 40s. When are you going to find a wife?" Lu Huang followed his gaze and looked to the north. He rarely joked, "I'm also worried." Groom Yu Groom was silent for a moment and said, "It's strange. Master is willing to give the greatest kindness to the people of Liang Jianghu. No matter who comes to the city to challenge him, he will be the whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Master doesn't care about it and is happy to see it. Only Beimang Jianghu has never shown any kindness. Even Tuoba looked down on him. That year. Therefore, I thought that one day I will fight with Bodhisattva Tuoba and let him know one thing. My master looks down on you, Bodhisattva Tuoba. You have no choice but to accept it." Lu Huang said somewhat helplessly, "So you came to the northwest to pick up cow dung?" Groom Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Fourth junior brother, you don't know, but this place is vast with thousands of stars like candles. Even the artistic conception will be different if you poop in this place." Lu Huang sighed. "After you left the city, you have changed a lot." Yu Groom dismissed it with a laugh. Lu Huang smiled, "But I like it. The bridegroom Yu in the past was extremely talented. He was once called Li Chungang by his master, Wang Xinji. He was handsome and elegant. Which woman in the martial emperor's city did not admire him? But at that time, Lu Huang was never close to the groom. Lu Huang still liked the guy in front of him who carried a wicker basket and spoke vulgarly. Therefore, Lu Huang coldly snorted, "Although my sword Dao is not as good as yours, when it comes to killing people on the battlefield, you may not be able to beat me." Yu Groom said carelessly, "Then let's compete when the time comes?" Lu Huang smiled. "Let's make it clear first. If you surrender, you lose half of the battle." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Lu Huang suddenly said, "After I escorted a pair of sisters to Western Shu on the way back, I accidentally met 4 people. I only know the name of that Nanjiao #1, Wei Miao. There was a middle-aged man with the surname Qi. He carried a sword case, and his sword aura was quite heavy. There was also a young man and woman. The woman carried a guqin and should not be underestimated. However, the young man seemed ordinary." Yu Groom said softly, "I also heard that Lin Honyuan, Ji Lu, and Cheng Baishuang came from Nanjiang's Dragon Palace. There was also a master of knife skills, Mao Shulang. The Central Plains is full of storms in the northwest." Lu Huang smiled. "It's really lively. On Mount Wudong, an old Taoist named Yu Xingrue went down the mountain with a sword on his back. The chief Li Yufu and the little Taoist boy Yufu sent him off to the memorial arch of Wudong Dangxing. In a dilapidated ancient city that had appeared in countless poems, there was a person in white sitting on the low wall where foxes and rabbits roamed. In the sunset, She was Luoyang. She was looking at the former capital of Daqin, Luoyang City. Once missed, you will miss it forever. Suddenly, another person in white appeared behind her. The woman was tall. Luoyang did not turn her head. She said softly, "Tantai Pingjing, don't be like me." Moreover, it wouldn't be long before there would be no such thing as a next life. Therefore, some things would be settled in this life. If there was someone you liked, you could openly say that you liked her. If there is someone you owe, say sorry. Tantai Pingjing asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" Luoyang lifted the flagon and drank a mouthful of liquor. "This time, I'm afraid that I can't wait." Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and said, "In fact, the person you liked 800 years ago is no longer in this world. Why are you waiting in the world?" Luoyang narrowed her eyes and smiled intoxicatingly. "Because in this life, I suddenly found that the person I like is actually in the world. If I can, I will like him for the next 800 years. Tantai Pingjing wanted to say something, but stopped. Luoyang stood up slowly and threw the wine flask to the Qi Refinement Warrior Grandmaster. He smiled and said, "I can give you the wine, but I will not give my man to you. I will not give it to anyone." Tantai Pingjing originally wanted to fight. At the very least, she should say some harsh words to save her face. But somehow, in front of this domineering woman, Tantai Pingjing couldn't say anything. Luoyang looked around, as if she wanted to take a good look at this city for the last time. This ancient city was named after her by the great Qin dynasty's emperor. She smiled and said to herself, "What North reject a city? Luoyang City sounds so nice. When I reach the border, you can change your name." Tantai Pingjing felt strange. "He's willing to listen to you?" Luoyang asked. "Does he dare not to listen?" Tantai Pingjing was speechless. That day outside North Rejecta City, Beimang staked everything on one throw. 400,000 cavalrymen pressed the border. Su Fengyan, who was wearing a king's robe, rushed down the city wall alone with a cold saber at his waist. Jiang Ni, who was wearing a white dress, climbed up the city wall and placed the red sandalwood sword case under the war drum. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the drumsticks with both hands and started to beat the drum when the first Beimang war drum sounded between heaven and earth. Outside the city, Su Fengyan stood alone in front of the northern Mang army. His sideburns fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. A figure landed on the battlefield like a meteor. A middle-aged man, who was standing on the left side of Su Fengyan, had his hands behind his back and an ordinary iron sword at his waist. He said, "Dong Tai is here." Amidst the drumming, another figure plummeted down and stood to Su Fengyan's right. She only said her name loudly, "Luoyang." A man wielding a spear descended from the sky and landed heavily on the battlefield. He shouted, "Su Yambing of Northern Liang." A woman in a purple dress jumped down and said coldly, "Mount Hui Snow Meadow, Xin Yuan Qingfeng." A blood-red robe flew down. Suing, war drum after war drum. Meteor after meteor fell. They lined up on the left and right sides of the young king. Suaxia Valley, Dong West Sword Pool, Chai Qingshan, Wudong Yuxing Rue, Wu Family Sword Tomb, Wu Luding, Sword Servant Suihua, Shuesong Official Shuesong, Dragon Tiger, Mountain Qi Xianxia, Martial Emperor City Ugroom, Lu Huang, Dragon Palace Chengbai Shuang, Nanjiang Mao Shulang, Nanjiao Wei Miao. On the line between Beimang's cavalry and North Jibei City, 18 people, 18 martial arts masters, gathered outside North Jibei City. This had not happened in the past 1,000 years, and it would not happen in the next 1,000 years. What was invincible in the world? This was it. The sound of the Beimang cavalry's hooves and war drums sounded so heroic. Outside the Northwest Pass, in front of the army, those people announcing their names one after another, how could they not show off the style of the Central Plains? Jiang and I beat the drum like thunder and shouted, "Kill!" She was as elegant as the king of Beimang's concubine, Wu Su. Su Fengyan held his cold sword and said, "Kill!" Almost at the same time, all the masters on the line said the word "kill." They wanted to fight against 400,000 cavalry with 18 people. Chapter 1790. When the 8,000 Dong Zhuo private cavalry moved according to the agreement, they were shocked to find that less than a tenth of their horse stables were left. Only Yelu Chukai and Lin Fu were left, and there were 20 to 30 cavalry at their sides. It could be said to be extremely tragic. From this point on, Beimang entered an awkward situation where all of their elite horse stables were dead, while the other side still had hundreds of Bailiang crossbowmen. This meant that in this Dragon Eye scout battle, both sides had calculated everything. Unfortunately, Bailiang was still a level higher. When the commander of the 8,000 cavalry, Agudemu, saw this scene, he was angry out of humiliation, but also a bit nervous. His Majesty the Emperor had declared that he would wipe out all of the Bailiang crossbowmen. Yet the outcome was so unexpected. Like this, if he dared to let go of a fish that escaped the net today, he might not be able to bear the consequences. This valiant cavalry general, whose name symbolized vastness on the grasslands, roared angrily. He had those black crows and black foxes slide past the edge of his cavalry formation and then began to chase after those Beimang crossbowmen who turned their horses around at almost the same time. If it was a normal battle between the grassland's main light cavalry and Bailiang's crossbowmen, no matter how great the disparity in numbers was, relying on the crossbowmen's Bailiang horses, it would be extremely difficult to intercept and kill. However, today, the crossbowman could be said to be truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Their crossbows had no arrows, and their horses were tired. They had long pulled out their blades to kill the enemy. As such, these last seeds of crossbowmen who had penetrated deep into the Dragon Eye's hinterland, in front of the 8,000 cavalry who were full of vigor, were not something that they could escape just because they wanted to. Agudemu set up a giant oxhorn bow that didn't conform to the northern Mang cavalry structure, adjusting his breathing and aim while riding on the continuously rising and falling horseback. The bow was pulled back like a full moon, and with a pung noise, the arrow's momentum was like rushing thunder, shooting through the back of a wandering crossbowman. The force behind the arrow was ferocious, to the extent where not only did the entire arrow pass through his body, it also almost struck a second rider's back. Agudemu, who still hadn't had his fill, smacked his lips, trying to find a certain young face among the wandering crossbowmen. With a loud and sinister laugh, he said, "Boys, whoever can cut off the head of the wandering crossbowman, Captain Hamlin, this old one will immediately make him a 1,000-man commander." The sound of horse hooves, dust flew into the air, and the laughter of the grassland cavalry whistled through the air. As the number 1 cavalry commander under Dong Zhuo's command, even though his status wasn't as high as the other 2 Dong Zhuo infantry commanders, after hanging out with Fatty Dong, who used to be the great king of the southern courtyard for a long time, Agudemu, who came from an ordinary background, was promoted to a commander after accumulating battle contributions. He had also seen many great scenes, to the extent where he even had the fortune to meet the emperor in the king's tent. When that seemingly amiable old woman heard his name, she, who was in a rather good mood, even cracked a joke, saying that this name was good, that he was blessed with good fortune, that Northern Mang would definitely be able to seize a vast territory with his name. Agudemu took this as an honor and was determined to one day ride his horse to the banks of the Guangling River and follow his benefactor, Dong Zhuo, to open up new territory so that his children and grandchildren could freely ride their horses in the rich Jiangnan of the Central Plains. He was bound to make those generations of scholars tremble in fear under the hooves of grassland horses. Although Agudemu's attitude was domineering and he had entered a great situation where he could pick up the heads of the enemies wherever he went, this rough man was far from being as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. Not only did he order half of the cavalry not to charge with all their might, he also sent out 2 groups of 1,000 cavalry to spread out on the flanks in case Bailiang still had a backup plan. Although this possibility was not high. After all, under the premise that Beimang's million-man army was pressuring the border for the second time, especially since Huda City had already lost its strategic importance. Under normal circumstances, Bailiang's defensive line should have shrunk. It had to be known that in the first great battle of Liangmang, not a single soldier from Bailiang had entered the Longyan Plains. Now, they should not have come here to seek their own deaths. However, as one of the main generals of the Dong family army, the battle that made Agudemu famous was when he followed Dongjua in the early years to fight a series of elusive raids. At the time, he had beaten the Liang army, which had the advantage at the time, to the point that they were unable to make ends meet. This directly led to Liang annexing the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, when their momentum was at its peak, to the failure of the first battle outside the Great Pass, where they almost broke through the Beimang court like a hot knife through butter. Dongjua, with the strength of one man and one army, turned the tide. From then on, he was seen as the most handsome eagle by the people of the grassland and had a meteoric rise in the southern court. Therefore, Agudemu, who had been influenced by what he saw and heard, knew better than any other Norland general the principle that all was fair in war. When Li Hanlin saw Beimang's 8,000 cavalrymen turn around and retreat without any hesitation, Wei Musheng, who had been leading a group of crossbowmen and patiently watching from the sidelines, knew that it was finally time for him to go all out and kill the enemy. If he didn't fight now, when would he? When he brushed shoulders with Li Hanlin, who was covered in blood, Wei Musheng didn't say anything. He clasped his hands together and saluted him on horseback. As for the young lieutenant, whose helmet was nowhere to be found, he only responded with a smile and didn't say anything. This young military general, whose reputation had soared to the point where even a northern Mang empress had personally mentioned him, had messy hair, congealed blood, and mixed with a lot of yellow sand. The iron armor he wore was even filled with blade scars of varying depths. This young man, who had always been called the most handsome white horse lieutenant by his subordinates outside Liangzhou's 3 white horse crossbowmen, had always been called the most handsome white horse lieutenant in history. He had always been called Sun Ji and Wei Musheng, but even if both of them were put together, they still couldn't compare to him. And this young cavalry general, who had once been notorious in his hometown, suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Musheng's back. He shouted, "Old Wei, if you can't hold on, then run with me. Don't fight to the death. Don't have * king die." Wei Musheng didn't turn around. It was as if he didn't hear, or as if he heard but didn't want to reply. This lieutenant was only leading the troops to bring up the rear. It wasn't only to allow Li Hanlin's troops to leave the battlefield. It was also to buy time for Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather-light cavalry to rush to the battlefield. Wei Musheng and the 300 cavalry under his command were valiant and fearless in stopping the momentum of the Beimang cavalry's charge. The cavalry of Beimang that had truly entered the battlefield was still around 3,000. And Dongjua's private army had always been the strongest in terms of military strength in Beimang's southern border army. Therefore, in this battle, no matter how brave and skilled Wei Musheng's troops were, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. It was just that when Wei Musheng led his personal crossbowmen into the enemy cavalry formation, not hesitating to use 300 cavalry to disrupt the formation of 3,000 cavalry, even some of the slow-witted Beimang cavalry generals realized that something was wrong. The logical action of bringing up the rear should be to fight as they retreated, using the slow deaths of a few cavalry to buy a chance for the army to survive. It shouldn't be such a crazy and suicidal attitude. After Agudemu chopped off the head of a crossbowman, he casually slanted his blade and sliced off the entire shoulder of another crossbowman. He couldn't hide his fear as he roared, passed down the order. Have the cavalry on the 2 wings send out scouts to scout the situation. 5 li, they have to run at least 5 li. These *king Bailiang barbarians definitely have reinforcements. Central Army, slow down. After finishing off these 300 cavalry, quickly reorganized the formation. Just as Agudemu realized that something was amiss and came up with a countermeasure, he realized that he was still too late. Chapter 1791. It was not that the Dong family's 8,000 cavalry did not have a crow's nest. It was just that there were not many of them. Most of them had followed Yelu Chukai to participate in the hunt. Furthermore, Agudemu also believed that in the hinterland of the Longyan Plains, even if the Bailiang light cavalry of Luya and Fuling came to set up an ambush, they would not be able to do it quietly, nor would they be able to let their own scouts slip past them. However, this accomplished generals would not be able to guess that the reinforcement from Bailiang were the White Feather Guards, who were famous for their speed in battle. In the first battle of Liangmang, Baimang's Chang cavalry was seen as the most similar existence to that light cavalry. Unfortunately, the Chang cavalry encountered the Dragon Elephant cavalry without warning and completely lost the ability to maneuver. Thus, they were lost in a battle of attrition. Even the Emperor of Baimang was heartbroken afterwards, thinking that not only did they lose 10,000 soldiers at the border, they also lost the most precious fighting force to counter the White Feather Cavalry in the future. Lin Fu and Yalu Chukai stopped their horses behind the 8,000 cavalry and finally had a chance to catch their breath. The two looked up and saw that the dust in the distance was gradually rising. They were both experienced cavalry generals and roughly estimated that there were at least 8,000 cavalry. Lin Fu hastily bandaged the wound on his cheek. His words were unclear, and his eyes were gloomy. These lunatics, they really dare to fight to the death. With the help of his retainer, Yalu Chukai had already pulled out the arrow nailed into his armor. His face was indifferent as he said, "Although I don't know which Bailiang cavalry it is, since they dare to come here, they must not be weak. General Lin, what do you say next? In any case, I will not leave. These 8,000 cavalry are all of my brother-in-law's cavalry. If they are lost here today, he will be heartbroken, and I will not have the face to see him." Lin Fu's expression was uncertain. He turned his head and looked at the few black fox bars that could be counted on one hand. In the end, he said, "Both sides have 10,000 men fighting each other. If I die, it will not change the course of the battle. General Lu's 20 years of hard work will all be wasted. Lin Fu, this person who made the arrangements at Liangmang's border, affect everything. Or perhaps it could be said that he was the main culprit behind the complete annihilation of Northern Mang's most elite Malanzi army," said in self-mockery. "Once I leave, General Yelu should know that this is even worse than dying in a grand battle on the Dragon Eye Plains." Yelu Chukai nodded and said, "If you die like this, His Majesty can't find someone to behead you. He can only vent his anger on General Lu." Lin Fu suddenly ignored the stinging pain in his wound, and his expression became ferocious. "If that old turtle Murong Bao Ding is willing to boldly send out his troops, together with Hong Jingyan's Ruin cavalry, it will be a great military achievement." Yelu Chukai sighed with emotion. "Our Baimang's territory is too vast, and we have too many soldiers. Unfortunately, in this way, there are many mountains and the forces are intertwined. In the end, we are not as united as the Bailiang." Lin Fu sighed and left the battlefield. After the dozen or so cavalry had galloped for 30 li, Lin Fu suddenly saw a pleasant surprise. He urged his horse forward and soon saw an unexpected but reasonable person. The leader of the Ruin cavalry, the number 1 martial arts master of the chess and sword music school, Hong Jingyan, who was born with a vision. Lin Fu rode his horse to Hong Jingyan's side and laughed heartily. "General Hong, you are willing to send out your troops this time. The heavens are helping our grassland. Bailiang has more than 10,000 cavalry that have already reached the heart of the Dragon Eye Plains. General Hong will definitely not return empty-handed." Unexpectedly, Hong Jingyan sneered. "It's true that we won't return empty-handed, but it's hard to say whether we'll be collecting military achievements or collecting corpses. Do you really think that Bailiang only has the courage to send 10,000 cavalry into the Dragon Eye Plains?" Lin Fu was stunned and then shocked. He was still unwilling to give up and said through gritted teeth, "General Hong, have you persuaded Murong Bao Ding to send out his troops as well? If he enters the Dragon Eye Plains, no matter how many backup plans Bailiang has, they will not be able to escape death." Hong Jingyan gave a strange smile and did not comment. He led the 6,000 Ruin Iron Cavalry to the battlefield. At the same time, compared to Yuan Nanting's 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry, the Iron Stupa had actually left earlier. This elite cavalry of Liangzhou was between heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The general leading them was one of Su Zhao's adopted sons, Qi Danghua. Dressed in heavy armor, Qi Dangwa took the lead. Since ancient times, when a general went to war, there would always be a banner behind him. The banner bearers were all fierce generals in the army. Thus, they were known as the banner bearers who had the most strength. Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. If one counted from the time Su Xiao led 800 old soldiers out of Liaodong, the well-known banner bearer, Wang Jian, who was known as the enemy of 10,000 people, died at the gates of Quebec. Chun Xiong died in the Battle of Jinliao. This person had another identity. He was the father of the king of Shu, Chun Jibao. These two died on the battlefield without even seeing the shadow of a marquis or general. After that, Wang Linquan returned to his hometown and became the richest man in Qingzhou. Now, he was the father-in-law of the new king of Liang. It could be said that he had a good ending. Next was Qi Dangwa. After entering Bailiang, his official position was not prominent. He was only a rank 4 military officer. This time, when Qi Dangwa requested to lead the Iron Stupas to attack the Dragon Eye Plains, no one in the northern Liang protectorate from top to bottom was willing to agree. This was especially true of Chu Lushan. Even the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, upon hearing this news, urgently wrote a letter to the protectorate, requesting that Chu Lushan absolutely not allow Qi Dangwa to lead his troops into battle. The 6,000 Iron Buddhas were not good at long-distance raids, and the Qingyuan military town, which was connected to the west gate of Liangzhou and Liuzhou, needed an elite cavalry to guard it, and the Qidong state needed to appear in the biggest battlefield in the future. Qi Dangwa understood all of these reasons. However, he, who had missed the first battle of Liangmang, felt that he had let down his adoptive father. He had let down the respected woman who beat the drum at the West Wall. He had let down Mr. Li, who had exhausted himself in the tide-listening pavilion, and he had let down his adoptive father's eldest son. Among Su Zhao's 6 adoptive sons, the 2 who had been sentenced to death seemed to be the closest to Su Xiao Royal Highness. Chu Lushan was the most flattering and optimistic about his Royal Highness. Chun Jibao and Yuan Zuozong had always looked on coldly. Qi Dangwa was the only one who didn't talk much with that young man and didn't interact much. However, he loved that child from the bottom of his heart. Even though that young man became more and more promising, and even became a martial arts grandmaster that Qi Dangwa could only look at from afar, in Qi Dangwa's heart, he always felt that that child needed his care. Over the years, Su Fingyan had become more and more mature and had attracted more and more attention. However, while Qi Dangwa was proud, he was also a little disappointed. When he drank alone, he felt more and more that he was old and useless. That year, when he heard that His Royal Highness had returned to Liangzhou after 3 years of traveling, it was he, Qi Dangwa, who led the cavalry out of the city to welcome him. Qi Dangwa resolutely led his army to the Longyan Plains. Behind him were 6,000 Tai Fudu soldiers from the Manjia camp, one of the old barracks, 6 lieutenants, and more than 20 Duwei in the army. All of the Tai Fudu soldiers from top to bottom were willing to fight to the death. The Manjia camp was now fully equipped with armor and weapons. It did not lose to the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry. However, a long time ago, it was not fully equipped. At the very beginning, Su Zhao's army was often lacking in provisions and soldiers. It was a dream to equip a battalion with armor. It could be said that the Manjia camp was an old battalion that Su Xiao had placed too much hope in Indiana. Before Qi Dangwa left, he left a letter in the military tent. I can die after my adoptive father, but I will not die after His Royal Highness. For some reason, at the end of the letter, Qi Dangwa still referred to the new Prince of Liang, Su Fingyan, who had already won the respect of both sides of Liangmang, as His Royal Highness. When Qi Dangwa could already see the smoke rising from the distant battlefield, this fierce general of Bailiang suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, Iron Buddhas originally had the Manjia camp. Now that I have the Manjia camp, what should we do?" The 6,000 cavalry roared in unison, "Fight to the death." Approaching the battlefield, Qi Dangwa shouted, "Raise your spears." The yellow sand of the desert, the clanging of armor. The Manjia camp was fully equipped. Chapter 1792. Before Bailiang's white horse crossbowman Captain Wei Mushing died in battle, he didn't get to see Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather-light cavalry arrive with his own eyes. However, his unwavering determination won Yuan Nanting's cavalry an unimaginable advantage. This was because when two cavalry armies were of equal strength, the one who made the first move would usually win. Liang Meng and Wei Musheng had been fighting on the border for almost 20 years. They knew each other well. The grassland cavalry was most adept at hunting and feinting. They had once wiped out a total of 200,000 elite cavalry at the border during the last years of the Dafeng dynasty in 2 battles. However, now that they were up against the Bailiang cavalry that could be said to be the best in Liang in terms of war horses, weapons, and battle formations, the Baimang cavalry didn't dare to pay the price of loosening their formation in an attempt to tear apart the enemy's great formation. They then successfully divided the battlefield and formed an overwhelming advantage in many areas before wantonly nibbling away. It should be known that this wasn't a battle between nomads and farmers in the ordinary sense. It wasn't like the Central Plains Army could only rely on tall cities or heavy armored infantry formations to resist the grassland cavalry that came and went like the wind. This was a true battle of cavalry against cavalry. This was why Baimang had viewed Bailiang as a major threat for the past 20 years, to the extent that the Taiping Emperor insisted on taking down Bailiang first before swallowing up the Central Plains. One of the words of this imperial preceptor of Baimang was widely spread. As long as you grit your teeth and take down the 4 prefectures of Bailiang, the 30 prefectures of the Central Plains would be as easy as turning your hand. Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather-light cavalry suddenly appeared from the flank of Dong, which was private cavalry, spreading out an extremely long front line. Bailiang cavalry had a habit of using heavy crossbows and light feathered arrows. However, this white feather guard could be said to be an exception. Every one of them carried a quiver with white feathers inserted into it, and there were long bows on horseback. Years ago, when the old emperor of Liang traveled to Bailiang's border, the cavalry that Butcher Su Xiao led had participated in the martial arts training with a white feather guard. It was said that when the old emperor raised his head and saw the sky full of white feathered arrows shooting towards the north, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. I never thought that I would be able to experience the scene of snow in the middle of summer. How magnificent! The commander of the Dong family's private cavalry, a Aguddamu, galloped on his horse, roaring repeatedly as he gave out orders, one after another. However, the number of Baimang cavalry that could truly achieve this could be counted on one's fingers. The reason why Lu Gui was able to be highly regarded by the Baimang Empress and earned a reputation of being half of Su Xiao was because Lu Gui's cavalry was the most meticulous in battle, and it was the most similar to Bailiang's cavalry. Therefore, they would definitely win a battle, and even if they lost, they would definitely not lose a great battle. Other than Lu Gui's cavalry, Dongzhu's infantry and Helian Wu's Shiha army could also be considered too. As for Dongzhu's cavalry, it was enough to make the knowledgeable people of Baimang wring their hands and sigh. Due to their outstanding military achievements, they were later restricted by the nobles of the Baimang royal court, to the extent that they had no choice but to deliberately suppress the number of cavalry to around 10,000. The reason why Huang Songpu quietly left his post seemed to be due to the series of unsuccessful battles in the Tiled Gentleman's Pavilion, but it might not necessarily have nothing to do with the bold and decisive reform of the Southern Court's cavalry. The Baimang Prairie's Puritans and the Southern Court's elders and tycoons all viewed him as having ulterior motives and recklessly tampering with the foundation of his ancestors. On the other hand, the newly appointed Xia Zhemo, Zhong Tan, did not receive too much criticism from the royal court after the various reforms he displayed during the Haluka siege. Other than the grassland needing to establish a hero, how could Zhong Tan's identity as a Baimang military general not be a protective talisman? The 10,000 white feather guards that had rested for a short period of time before charging were the first to draw their bows and shoot out. The arrows were like a snowstorm that covered the sky and covered the sun. The hastily arranged formation of Dong, which was private cavalry, immediately had several hundred riders hit by the arrows and fell from their horses. However, the valiance and valiance of these 8,000 private cavalry were also fully displayed at this time. Agudemu and those Kiliarch's plans were not deviated in the slightest, their formation gradually unfolding, preventing the white feather guards from forming an arc of encirclement that was most advantageous for the horses to shoot at. However, the Bailiang's border cavalry that had taken the initiative did not stop there. Instead, they began to change their formation, displaying the outstanding mobility of the white feather light cavalry to the extreme. As a result, a magnificent scene appeared on the battlefield unknowingly. The 10,000 white feather light cavalry not only did not purposely pursue the thickness of the Central Army's formation, but instead suddenly increased their speed on the left and right flanks during the charge. The cavalry formation that had previously been one in an arc imperceptibly turned into two parallel flood dragons. Agudemu's cavalry had previously been divided into three groups. The 2,000 cavalry that had encountered the white feather light cavalry first were immediately trapped between the two armies. The Dong family's main cavalry that was closely connected to this cavalry army that was attacked from both sides did not slow down in the slightest under Agudemu's personal leadership. They did not continue to charge forward. Otherwise, even if they managed to charge out of this corridor, they would definitely leave behind more than 1,000 corpses. Agudemu did not hesitate to turn his horse around, leading the Central Army to charge towards the enemy formation in the south. At the same time, he ordered the 2,000 cavalry at the rear to entangle the northern cavalry at all costs. Agudemu, whose military strength was slightly inferior, clearly wanted to use the lives of his 2,000 cavalry to stall for time. He wanted to use the 6,000 Dong family's private cavalry to take down 5,000 white feather guards. Firstly, this was a helpless action after losing the initiative. Secondly, the formation of the white feather light cavalry had an innate weakness, which was that the vanguard was long and the formation was weak. It could not withstand the brute force of 6,000 cavalry. This kind of 6,000 cavalry against 5,000 cavalry. The advantage was not as simple as having 1,000 more people. Fast. After the two cavalry armies came into contact, the essence of both armies was speed. This kind of speed was not only limited to the speed of the warhorse's charge, not only the speed of the cavalry's arrows, but also the speed of the cavalry's changes in response to the situation. However, since the founding of the Great Qin Empire, there were very few Confucian generals at the border who were both well-read and adept at war. Even if there were, they were mostly accomplished in defending the border, but were powerless in expanding the borders. As a result, throughout the dynasties, from the Great Feng Dynasty to the Spring and Autumn Northern Han to the present-day Liang, there are only a few famous officials who were bestowed with the title of Xiang. The character Xiang implied that the land was filled with virtue and the armor was filled with hard work. The Central Plains have been divided and united for 800 years. During the civil wars, there was no lack of generals who had rendered meritorious service in destroying countries. Logically speaking, it was not excessive to give them the character Xiang. However, the founding emperor of the Great Feng Dynasty, who was the first to receive the title of Xiang, once said that only those who raised their whip across the desert could receive the character Xiang. Since then, the successive monarchs had this tacit understanding. The word Xiang was hard to come by. The Great Feng Dynasty had too many bloody precedents to learn from. At its peak, the Great Feng Dynasty was said to have 800,000 horses. Even at the end of its decline, it still had 200,000 border cavalry. However, there were two generals in succession, one old and one young. The old man was an experienced general with splendid military achievements, while the young man was an armchair strategist. In the end, both of them lost their reputations under the hooves of the grassland cavalry. In the end, half of the Central Plains was brought to disaster. A large part of the reason was that in a true large-scale cavalry battle, opportunities were always fleeting. However, as soon as the situation deteriorated, the army would definitely be defeated. The historical records of the Central Plains were always vague about the grassland cavalry. They were just repeating the same old words over and over again. It wasn't until Liang established the Central Plains and suffered 3 consecutive defeats at the border that they had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. It was only after Gu Jiantang took charge of the Ministry of War that they truly began to study the tactics of the grassland cavalry in detail. After that, some of the imperial court generals who were interested in military achievements began to realize that the reason why the grassland cavalry was able to bring disaster for hundreds of years and invade the south every few days was not as simple as just being born familiar with archery and horses. Regardless of whether the Liang imperial court admitted it or not, it was hard for the officials in the imperial court to not rejoice in their hearts. Luckily, the Zhao family still had the cavalry army that had almost emptied the dynasty's northwest foundation. With the 300,000 armored cavalry intimidating the Beimang barbarians, the Central Plains was able to win close to 20 years of recuperation. Only then did they have the confidence to declare that they would fight the grassland cavalry outside the country's gates. Following Agudamu's change in formation, the white feather-light cavalry also began to change. The 5,000 light cavalry in the north began to quietly split up. Half of them headed toward the 2,000 Dong family private cavalry behind Beimang, while the other half began to follow the main force of Beimang to the south. They did not give the enemy a chance to create an advantage in terms of military strength. Instead, they continued to maintain absolute suppression of the Dong family's main force. If Agudamu could see everything before and after, he would definitely be shocked at the terrifying tacit understanding between the captains of the northern white feather-light cavalry. There was no communication between them at all. However, the cavalry formation was formed so quietly. This required a sense of smell, courage, and trust. Not a single one could be missing. The White Feather Guard was once the direct line of troops under Wei Fuqing, one of the 4 fangs of Bailiang. Wei Fuqing was one of Chun Jibao's 2 great generals. After Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao left for Shu without bringing a single soldier, the Iron Stupa of Qidong continued to be the Iron Stupa. Yuan Nanting, a veteran of the Lotus Seed Camp, took over the White Feather-Light Cavalry. The former was Su Zhao's adopted son, and his loyalty to the Su family was unquestionable. On the other hand, Yuan Nanting's factional colors were extremely faint. He had once respectfully sent off His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian, to the capital with Lin Dofang and several hundred other old men of Bailiang. Following the succession of Su Fengnian, the Bailiang frontier army also naturally changed dynasties. If one were to say that the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard, who had a deep relationship with Chun Jibao, did not feel uncomfortable or stifled inside, no one would believe it. As a result, when Yuan Nanting left for the Longyan Plains, almost all of the 10,000 White Feather-Light cavalry cheered to their heart's content. Killing the enemy on the battlefield was much better than being cooped up outside Liangzhou Pass and suffering the supercilious looks of the other armies. It had to be known that the first battle of Liangmang had been so bitter that even the great Snow Dragon cavalry and 2 heavy cavalry troops that had been in hiding for many years had been mobilized. They were all from the Su family's headquarters, the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard. In the end, they didn't even see the Beimang barbarians. How could they not be stifled? Could they not hear some strange words? Chapter 1793. This time, Yuan Nanting had gone to the Huayang Pass Protectorate to discuss matters. He had practically slammed the table and glared at Chu Lushan, saying that if this battle did not belong to the White Feather-Light cavalry, then he really would not have the face to go back and be a general. He might as well stay in the Protectorate and be a Bulsh Astris T advisor. Sensing the movements of the White Feather-Light cavalry behind him, Agudamu immediately felt his scalp go numb. He angrily roared, "Break the formation with me!" Yuan Nanting, as a major 3rd-rank general, was the same as all the other generals of the Bailiang Frontier Army. On the battlefield, they all wore the same type of armor as the soldiers. Of course, Yuan Nanting's personal cavalry was not lacking. This senior cavalry general, who was younger than He Zhonghu and the other founding members and older than Yuan Dao and the other new nobles, could be said to be a typical example of the core generals of Bailiang. He had experienced the Spring and Autumn War, or it could be said that he had emerged at the end of the war, but he could not be considered to have stood out early. His official climb was only after the Sioux family had been conferred the title of king and vassal in Bailiang. He had relied on the little bit of military service to climb up the ranks step by step. Similar people like Wei Fuqing, Dian Xiongqiao, and Ningame were mostly like this. However, the attainments of these people in the art of war could not be underestimated. Su Zhao's words, "Any one of the Bailiang cavalry's captains can be thrown to the Central Plains to be a general of a province," were not completely joking. Under the protection of many iron armors, Yuan Nanting narrowed his eyes and looked over. The decisiveness of the Dong family's private cavalry general was somewhat unexpected. As for the response of the captains in the north under him, it was within reason. Yuan Nanting raised his arm and made a gesture. The Flood Dragon cavalry formation in the south began to bend and move towards the south collectively. However, the speed of the cavalry at the two ends was even faster. Although it seemed like they were facing the Dong family's main cavalry force and had adopted measures to avoid them, their true tactical intent was very direct and efficient. They wanted to let the 6,000 Baimang cavalry force miss their target in one spurt of energy, while their own 5,000 cavalry, especially those in the middle, retreated as they fought. In the end, they formed an arc and cooperated with the 3,000 white feather-light cavalry in the north to chase after the enemy in the north. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, slowly cutting flesh with a knife, slowly exhausting the spirit of these 6,000 cavalry. In this battle of 2,000 cavalry against 2,000 cavalry, no matter who won or lost, it would not change the outcome of Dong's main cavalry force being annihilated. The white feather-light cavalry cunningly avoided battle. Agudino, who wanted to end the battle quickly, gnashed his teeth in hatred but could do nothing. The feeling of not being able to hit the opponent despite using all his strength was simply maddening. It was not that the opponent was not strong enough and was afraid to fight, but that they were too fast. All of them were Bailiang B-class warhorses. All of them were dressed in light armor and had abandoned their spears and lances, only carrying sabers and bows. Even if a flaw appeared in their hastily changed formation, as the opponent, the Dong family cavalry, could not catch it even if they saw it. On the battlefield, only the grassland cavalry could make the Central Plains infantry feel as if they were stuck in mud. The only thing that could make the Baimang cavalry, especially the elite troops of the Dong family's private cavalry, feel as if they were in a swamp was probably this top-class light cavalry among the many Bailiang cavalry forces. However, Yuan Nanting, who was confident of victory, did not let his guard down. In fact, several crossbowmen on white horses had already arrived at the periphery of the arc formation, telling him that there were 6,000 Ruren cavalry reinforcements coming from the north. They would arrive in an hour at the slowest and would be personally led by the martial arts evaluation grandmaster, Hong Jingyan. Yuan Nanting, who had not stopped his horse from beginning to end, looked at the young faces, especially the one in the middle whose armor was covered in blood. He smiled and asked, "You must be the White Horse Commandant, Li Hamlin?" That rider nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I am." Yuan Nanting smiled and felt a mixture of emotions. The eldest son of the Dao administrator of Bailiang, Li Gongda, had actually risen to the position of the most precious crossbowman commandant through actual combat at the borders. The young people these days were truly impressive. Their drive was not inferior to that of these old men when they were young, and might even surpass them. It must be known that these old men were barefooted and were not afraid of wearing shoes. Therefore, they were not afraid of anything. They would not lose out if they died, but profit if they lived. They were not like the current group of young people in the Bailiang Frontier Army. This Liangzhou's White Horse Commandant Li Hamlin, Liuzhou's General Ko Jianghuai, and Yochi's General Yu Luandao, who came from a prestigious family in the Central Plains, could be said to be people who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. If they were in the Central Plains, they would probably spend every night indulging in debauchery, so why would they be willing to roll around in a pile of corpses? Yuan Nanting inadvertently caught a glimpse of the heads near the saddles of these three riders. As an old general who was used to seeing his fellow soldiers die in battle, He took a deep breath and said, "Commandant, I have already received news that Qidong's 6,000 cavalry are approaching. They will not enter the battlefield any later than Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry. After this, you crossbowmen can withdraw from the battlefield. Don't try to be brave. You are already the last of our Bailiang scouts. I cannot bear to see you die. Therefore, you and Wei Mushing should quickly clean up the battlefield in half an hour. If I see you all alone here after the Iron Stupa and Ruren cavalry arrive, I will chase you all out of the crossbowmen, even if you are lucky enough not to die in battle." Li Hanlin, who had cupped his fist and accepted the order, finally said in a hoarse voice, "Wei Mushing has already died in battle." Yuan Nanting was stunned for a moment and remained silent. Yuan Nanting looked at the backs of the three young riders. At that moment, a thought surfaced in the old general's mind. There were 300,000 tombstones in the back of Mount Qingliang. How could he allow the names of young people to continue to increase? Yuan Nanting turned to look at the 6 or 7 riders in his retinue. Compared to the usual valiant cavalry, there was a slight difference in their demeanor. That sort of composure was not only due to their outstanding martial prowess that they stood out from the crowd, but also because they had a distant aura of the Jianghu. Yuan Nanting smiled and said, "Experts of the Whispering Chamber, you have all heard the news. It's not good. It's that great Grandmaster Hong Jingyan who has arrived." An old man in light armor who had been meditating all this time stroked the sword at his waist and said indifferently, "In short, we can't let General Yuan die in front of us." On the battlefield in the heart of the Longyan Plains, Dongzhu's main force of 6,000 cavalry was in dire straits. The 8,000 white feather-light cavalry that Yuan Nanting personally commanded were increasingly at ease as they constantly reaped the heads of the enemy. The 2,000 cavalry under the command of Wuya Lanzi, Yalu Chukai, were engaged in a fierce battle with the white feather-light cavalry. Neither side showed any signs of defeat. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qidong and the 6,000 Ruren cavalry that Hong Jingyan had left without permission met by chance and arrived on the battlefield at almost the same time. The two armored torrents clashed head-on. The Ruren cavalry wanted to save the remaining 3,000 or so soldiers of the Dong clan, so they charged straight at Yuan Nanting's 6,000 cavalry. The iron stupas circled around the battlefield of Liang Mang's two light cavalry forces on the left flank. Light cavalry against light cavalry. Heavy cavalry against heavy cavalry. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qidong were in the center of the front line. One man, one horse, and one spear led the charge. Of the 6 adopted sons of the old Prince Liang Su Shao, Chun Jibao was a dazzling figure. His military exploits were numerous, and he was the center of attention of the world. The reputation of the white-clothed war saint was obtained by stepping on the corpse of the spring and autumn armory Yi Baikai. Although he had betrayed Bailiang and was a vassal of Western Shu, it did not diminish his reputation. Chu Lushan, although infamous in the Central Plains, was destined to leave his name in the annals of history. Afterwards, in the hinterland of Beimang, it was he who stopped Dongzhou from winning 12 battles in a row. Not only was he and the king of the old south courtyard of Beimang known as the Northern Dong of Southern Shu, he was also seen as the victim of Dongzhou, the great master of the art of war, in Beimang. Yuan Zhuozong won the battle of the Princess Tomb. Even the people of West Shu felt it was inconceivable. After the battle, historians and strategists thought highly of him. If it were not for Yuan Baixiong, the Liang army that Su Shao put together would not have had the chance to fight in the Battle of the Western Wall. Now, he would be the commander of Bailiang's cavalry. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen were also praised by the imperial court when they were alive. They were not only outstanding scholars, but also good at strategizing. If it were not for the fact that they lost their chastity in their later years, based on their friendship with the young king, it would not be difficult for them to become provincial governors of their respective provinces. Only Qidong was not only looked down upon by the Liang imperial court and the Central Plains officialdom, but also rarely mentioned in Bailiang. He was not even as famous as Ningame, a young and strong general. Even his promotion to the Iron Buddha was seen as a nepotism by the new King Liang. It had nothing to do with Qi Donghua's military talent. Even the people of Mount Qingliang who were familiar with the affairs of the Su family did not think much of Qi Danghua, a general who was brave but not astute. The thing that this person was best at in his life was probably carrying the Su flag and following behind a butcher. His greatest achievement in his life was inexplicably becoming Su Zhao's adopted son. Mediocre talent, no reputation, and little military merit. This was Qi Danghua. Before Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen died, Chu Lushan did not want to help speak, and Yuan Zuozong did not want to plead for mercy. Only Qi Donghua's reverse scale spoke up. At the time, Beiliang Governor-General Chen Jibao chose to leave Beiliang alone. Chu Lushan was indifferent. Yuan Zuozong coldly looked on from the side, and Qi Danghua secretly urged him to stay. But in the end, Chen Jibao did not stay. How could a person who tried to smooth things over when he should not have done so win the respect of Beiliang, which valued military merit the most? Qi Danghua ran his spear through the chest of a centurion of the Ruran cavalry. With a furious roar, he continued to charge forward. Not only did he bring the corpse of the centurion to the back of his horse, his blood-soaked spear once more stabbed into the chest of another horseman behind him. Unstoppable. With Qi Danghua as the arrowhead, the cavalry formation of the Ruran cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. On the battlefield on either side of Qi Danghua, 200 cavalry from each side had been killed in almost an instant. If someone was unlucky enough to fall off their horse, they would not be beheaded like in a battle of light cavalry. Instead, they would be trampled to death by a charge from the enemy's warhorse. There was no chance of survival. In a battle of cavalry, falling off a horse meant death. 4,000 Ruran cavalry entered the formation, leaving 2,000 cavalry to watch from afar. In this vast battlefield, they seemed completely out of place,